pressure's real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Welcome everybody to Live at the Bike. I'm Denny Williams along with Shirley Rosario. And this is a live action game getting underway. 400, 800 limit hold'em.
2 players.
These are world champions, a few celebrities. Dr. Jerry Buss is there. Yoshi Nakano. I'll go over the entire field here in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Check.
Well, Shirley, let's hope we have a little more action tonight than we did last night.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I'm actually excited about tonight.
A couple of highlights last week. We had Ted Forrest playing a 9-deuce against pocket aces and making three of a kind and winning.
Before he freaks out.
Don't know if we'll see that kind of action tonight. I assume we will. These guys will play any 2 cards.
Conversation's not being on the internet, too.
Once again, it's 400, 800 limit hold'em tonight. The chips on the table, for the most part, are $100 chips.
There's people
White
commentating on
chips,
these
white and
hands.
pink.
Yeah, once the lights go up, it will be. Are there people watching?
I know most of the players. I don't have the information on a couple of them. But we have Tuan Lee in seat
Well,
1.
you look in first.
Okay. That gets hot.
Toto Leonidas in seat 2.
Who's away from the table?
Kinberg, seat 3.
Seat 4 is vacant. Dr. Jerry Buss, owner of the Lakers, in seat number 5. Aaron is in seat 6.
That's Aaron Katz.
Seat 7, not there yet, will be Mike Baxter.
You would. Do what? You put your cards over the window.
And seat number 8 is Nate.
Just like that?
And
Cards will be okay, just like that.
That is not. Yeah. Well, that's Nate, but we're supposed to have Gabe Kaplan, but I think he is in a.
Gabe Kaplan
Small little tournament
will
right
be
now.
here later on. I'm not sure who's seat 9 right now. We'll find out. We'll let you know. Don't worry.
3 players.
All right.
You bet.
The 3-way action.
3
There's
players.
the board. 10, 2 7s, a 3, and a 4.
Now what?
Show.
The pocket 5s had the best hand there.
Pocket 5 sure does.
5s and 7s.
5s and 7s. Look at that pot as he pushes that pot over.
Weird.
There's probably about $4,000 there, huh?
Looks like
Looks
it.
like a couple stacks.
Yeah, like we said, this is a 400, 800 game, so those white chips are $100.
These guys have been playing a while. Each stack represents $2,000. So we've got 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20, about 24, 25,000 in front of seat 6.
He also has those larger oversized, like the light pink or light purple. Those are $5,000 chips, right?
I'll have to look at those chips.
Yeah, I believe they're the $5,000 chips.
What are you doing here?
No, they were only 8-handed.
Yo,
Can we get a close-up of seat 6 chips?
look what she wore. Look what she wore.
Jerry with my pie.
How are you?
I'm good.
Those little ones, the 2 on the left there.
The 2 on the left.
Oh,
And you are.
They're
those
like
are
5,000.
they're not our chips, so I don't know.
Yes, they are our chips. They're $5,000.
Oh, it is.
They are
I'm sorry.
$5,000.
Whoa, I don't know. I
Like a
can't see.
dominatrix. Okay, so if I fold, I don't need to put it here.
Denny knows what all the tournament chips look like. That's for sure.
Yeah, that I do know.
I mean, last night, oh my God.
You can picture her wishing the guy.
She ran over everybody.
Well, we got some monster hands here, a 5, 6,
I was just going to say,
an
well,
ace 7, and a 6, 10. Seat 1's got the flush
Call her
draw.
mom. Tell her to watch this. What is it on?
Live at the bike.
seat 1 has the best hand. Pair of 5s.
Right there. Thebike.com. Click on Live at the Bike.
Ace.
5.
Monster pair of 5s.
Rick, never mind.
Playing over me, right? You're playing over me.
Playing what? Basically, Nate, what can happen is you get buried 20,000, and then they'll make you get up.
Okay, anyway, I got that seat over there.
They're playing over you over there.
So at the last minute today, Yosh pulled together a $10,000 heads-up match. Actually, quite a few heads-up matches. That's where a couple of the players are right now. I think that's where Gabe Kaplan still is.
Right.
They had, I believe, 6 or 8 players. They had like 3 or 4 different heads-up matches going on when I had watched.
My understanding was a practice tournament.
Yeah, but they put up real money.
For a tournament they're going to be playing. They put up real money?
They put up real money, yes.
That sounds like those boys.
Oh, this is, okay, you can have the seat here.
Well, until Why don't you guys wait until Yosh and Gabe are done?
Yeah. You want to do that? We'll wait until Yosh and Gabe are done. So I'm going to buy the button.
Like a delay until like 11 o'clock before 1.
I'm going to buy the button. Deal me in.
Okay.
Yosh and Gabe are playing the head-up match. Sorry, we can't show that.
That's all right. I'll sit here.
What do you buy?
You small blind, man.
No, she's gonna buy the
Gabe
button.
Kaplan from Welcome Back
I have to win
Carter.
the tournament.
Wait,
Big Shirley of 70s,
That's a bad break.
where John Travolta got his start.
Wait, so does this thing work? Is it on the internet?
It's on right now.
Oh, so what do? You go like this?
Raise.
Just look at the hand. When you play the hand, put the card over.
Go like
this.
You go like that, right? I do what?
You don't need to stick your face in the microphone. We can hear you.
There we go. That's a raise.
Can you raise?
Okay, when you
So
play the
now-
hand, put the card over.
now
Put the
I
card
do-
like this. See how they line up?
Oh, like this?
Yeah. If you don't play the hand, forget it.
Boy, has if you forgot what you have.
Oh, they can't. It's a delay.
Check.
Players. Check.
All right, we got a Queen 9, Queen 10, 5-5 tray.
I was saving that to put out my gum in. It's okay. That's it. Did you win? You took away my... I was saving is that what it is?
C7 raised it up with a pair of trays.
Where's my money?
Somebody just move him with your chip. I won one. Oh. So when is the next month?
He probably thought he was stealing it, but he had the best hand.
No, I can't get it back. It's dead. Toto Leonidas.
You win, huh?
I got lucky.
Easy game, huh?
Got lucky.
So who win? You?
That's 3 right here.
You 3?
Play,
Hey, Katie. Can I talk to, oh, listen, go to...
Let's see, seat 9's the only one showing cards right now. He's got ace-4 offsuit.
So
Seat 8,
seat 7's raising there on the button.
seat 8 has ace-king offsuit. Seat 8.
Oh, yeah, it's on.
What about the one who's raising?
Like a regular.
We want to see seat
Yeah,
7's
we need to
hand.
know what seat 7 has.
There we go. He's putting it up there.
He's got queen-jack up.
Put on live poker. Okay? What? Okay?
Remember, they're playing 400, 800. Those are $100 chips that are splashing around there. Flops the top pair of kings.
Look to see what I got.
Seat 7's got a pair of jacks.
What you want me to do?
And there's a bet and a call. 9 of clubs doesn't help either one. Well, I guess it does. It gives seat 7 a gut shot. 10 will give him a straight. But it's a deuce. Kings and deuces with an ace going to win this pot.
Easy come, easy go.
Thank you.
Who gave me the 8,000?
Jeremy goes, hey, who gave me 8,000 here? I want to pay you back. They're treating it like they're dollar chips.
I know.
I got to work years to get $8,000. Months, anyway.
We have a girl sitting down.
How you
Looks
get the
like
seat?
it.
Yeah, women can't get in
Jerry
here.
make 9-handed for me. He say that, okay? That's why I come over.
All right.
Play over who? Play over yours?
What?
No, it's her seat.
It's my ship now.
They do everything for CC.
Yes.
Whatever
Wow.
CC needs.
Whatever she needs.
Whatever she
So then what?
needs.
Swan, if I'm going to play it, I put it right here.
Okay, we've got a raise there. Seat number 6. That's
Look at
Aaron
her. She looks
with
scared.
pocket 5s.
She's got a whip.
She
CC,
got a whip.
you bring your whip?
She's all dressed in leather.
Like to know what her day job is then. All right, seat 1's got a pair of 6. Now he has a pair of 6s with a gut shot straight draw.
So Mike, we're going to kick some butt in the tournament, in the golf.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. That'd be great. 2 5s.
Ian? 2 1s. 3 hands. Pair of 6s, pair of 5s, pair of 6s.
5s look pretty good. What's going on
Well, I
here?
had
No, I'm trying to go.
a little better than that. Good enough.
On the first hand and then got
Right.
murdered. So Jerry, it looks like Gabe was taking care of Yosh pretty good there.
You never can tell in that game, though. Like, he was down to 2,000. Yes.
Yeah.
You're down to 2,000, huh?
Huh?
You're down to 2,000?
Me? No. I was down to 10,000, and then we played a pot where I bet.
Seat number,
where it
yeah.
only
I think
left
Ken
me
moved
with
over
2,000.
1. We have seat number 3. I think her name is Cece. Ken moved over to seat 4. That's Ken Berg. Seat 4.
And the ladies in seat
Remember, Kenny, I
3.
didn't go all
Right.
in. I just had 8,000.
Her name is Cece, you said?
I believe that's her name.
All right, we'll find out.
We'll get you all the player information, I promise.
Why don't you make it 7?
Sometime before 10 o'clock tonight, you'll know who's playing in this game.
Well, we do know Jerry Buss for sure is in seat 5.
Yes, and Toto,
Toto
in
in
seat
2.
I know. Oh, yeah. I would have been happy making
And
it.
Aaron in 6.
You didn't like it when I did the river.
996. Seat 1 has a 9. Seat 1's on a little rush here. He's won like 3 pots already.
And with his kind of
9
piece
deuce.
of cheese hands,
Got a
yeah,
9
he's in the
deuce.
small blind. Not that that's an excuse.
Seat 6 has a gut shot straight. Needs an 8 to make the straight. Not sure what seat 8's doing in the hand. Or did he fold already?
Yeah, he folded.
folded,
Seat 9's
okay.
in with the opening straight draw. He just hit his opening straight draw.
Yes, he did. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, seat 1 needs that board to pair one more time. Huh?
Either that or a deuce.
I'm too light.
Actually, a deuce would be good for him and to hide his hand pretty well.
Yeah, you don't expect him to have that kind of hand, that's for sure.
Look at that pot.
And Jerry called with his pair of 6s cut shot.
There's probably $8,000 in that pot. Look at that.
Ooh.
Catches a 9, makes quads. Four
Not
nines.
only pairs the board gives him quads.
And the straight throws his hand away.
Wow, 9.
Where'd you have?
He's on fire.
Look at that. It's got to be at least $8,000 in that pot.
Everybody called it. Everybody called. I called. Give me 3 back.
You would think that a game of this big limit would play a lot slower than our game last night. Not the case.
That's unbelievable. Well, at least you laid it down at the end.
Come on, man. Can you bring me another racket?
Oh, man.
Are you coming now? I will wait. Okay.
Come on, you're already up 10,000 in like first 5 minutes.
Aaron,
It's about that,
I'm
yeah.
impressed by you. You're too impressive.
Don't do this to me, please. Not here at the bike.
Only at the
Swanley,
Yeah.
at the bike.com.
winner of a World Poker Tour event earlier this year.
Are you by mine?
Yeah, he played off front.
3 bets. Every time you have to put your money.
only when you play the hand.
Oh, I have to put it here.
We actually have a couple pairs there.
You have to leave it there? Or
Pocket
you
jacks,
then you just hold
pocket
it?
threes,
No.
They asked me how I got
ace 10 in
10,000. I
seat
said,
6.
with my ace queen, with your queen 5.
And seat two wisely folded 3-7, I think. I hope. Well, he might have cards in his hand.
9 dudes make quads on the first hand.
Heads up action.
Flop quads for you.
They have 4 reaction. In the blind.
Jerry flops a set. Flush draw.
And flush draw, gut shot, straight draw.
Aaron, is that his name?
Yes, that's his
Yeah,
name.
okay.
He just hit his flush.
It is flush. Jerry has the worst of luck.
Well, we'll see. He can still get the board to pair here.
Pair the board.
Give him quads.
No, another club.
Doesn't not, yeah. He still has to call.
It's not my day.
Wow. I didn't get any action. Oh, man.
800.
Didn't get any action now with all them clubs out there.
Wow.
Jerry's writing a check. Give me some more chips.
He jammed me up a couple times.
Oh, shit.
I wonder how much money is in Jerry's checkbook.
I can't even guess there.
This guy's a ranking on Yosh. Juan said the tournament was designed to favor him.
How's that?
By making a level short.
If you just joined us, welcome. We're live at the Bicycle Casino. We're in Bell Gardens, California, about 15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles. I'm Denny Williams with Shirley Rosario. This is a live action game, limit hold'em. The big guys are playing tonight, 400, 800, limit hold'em. Seat 5 is showing me a King 7 suited, a 4-7 suited in seat 7. Those are the only 2 hands I can see. Puts the bet out, takes it down.
I mean, you've had good hands. They just someone's had better.
Maybe you should have called me down. But I had a good hand.
If you like tournament action, we have it at the bike.
Yeah, as soon as
Coming up, Winning of the Green, March 3rd through the 28th. It's our 16th annual Winning of the Green tournament. The buy-in's as low as $100 up to a $2,500 championship event. Visit the website, click on the tournament tab, and you can find the whole schedule there. All right, let's see who's going to show me some cards here. We got 3-7 of diamonds in seat 1.
Looks like we have an ace picture in seat 9.
Ace King in seat 9 off suit. Jack 6 in seat number 3. That's suited. Clubs.
It's suited. I have position. I'm going to call. Not me, personally.
Looks like we're head up here. Seat 3 and 9.
Pike out chips? Playing pike out lately?
Why?
Ace Queen 5.
They're bigger. No, but why are they bringing those?
This would be a fast
But
hand.
why are they bringing those?
Because you made a mistake. They said they run out of
Place.
A lot of people have them in their safety.
There is one more person on the hand. That's seat
Why would
number
people have white
5.
chips in their safe?
Oh, Jerry busted
Yeah,
the
he's
hand.
not. Yeah, he's just not showing his cards. He has it in front of him.
Okay. I've never ever
All
seen
right,
a
Jerry,
rack
show
of
us your
white chips
cards.
in someone's box before. Have you? I put it once when I was in a hurry. Take it.
Oh, yeah, betting the fold.
Maybe you can buy Thomas too.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Oh, Mike. Gotta ask. Do you remember the last time we played at Alex's house?
What did you do for that last
And
bet?
you walked out
the one
with
I
Bob
bet.
Malcolm, and he
He owe
was
you
going to give you
800.
$1,000.
He owe you
Yeah,
800.
yeah.
To give
They
me.
give you a.
Did he ever give you that? Do you
You owe me
remember?
8.
I wrote it. Yeah, I wrote it down
I think he did.
on my
2,000.
thing, and I forgot to ask you.
I think that sounds familiar, but
Look at all them chips on the
Yeah,
table.
remember the
John Lee's got
$1,000.
well, right now I don't have any money.
well
No,
over
no.
20,000 there. Toto
Top line and
I'll
big
wait till
blind.
like summer.
Okay, we're fine. No, just wait till.
mark it down.
get his arm out of the way. I
Right?
can
No,
see.
just like you remember it.
Yeah, no, that sounds right.
Raise.
Remember, each stack represents $2,000.
No, not yet.
We have the player raised in first position there. Seat number 8.
Ace King off.
Ace King. And picks up the pot.
Pick it up. Now picking up the blinds here isn't bad.
Yeah, that could buy you a few things.
$400 is $400.
That's 600 with the blind, the big and the small.
Well, I wasn't counting his own blind.
No, he was in first position.
Whoever wins our match
gets money.
Yeah.
So you win one more, you get money already.
Save 5.
Right?
Yeah, you win one more.
Yeah. Well, I think it's 25 and.
No, it's 60 and 20.
60 and 20.
No,
you win one more, you get
because,
20.
At
least.
75. Because Kenny only did it for 5. So. Kenny won it for 5, so it's 75. And Yosh will 25.
What?
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, he didn't tell me about that either.
Doesn't sound right.
Yeah, why would somebody be able to play for a higher amount than putting in left? There? That doesn't sound exactly fair.
5 players.
All right, 5-way action here.
No, one player.
Seat 7 has a 9 deuce. Seat 8 has a queen 10 offsuit.
And Queen 8 must be just playing their rush.
He'll probably hit it.
Well, he hit a pair of 8s. It's not good right now.
So then it's going to be
He'll probably catch another 8.
75. Oh, 55 and 20.
You want to save 5.
55 and 20, sure.
Why would the extra not come off?
He's got to figure out a 5,000.
That won't be fair. It shouldn't come off the top part, not the bottom part. It should come off the bottom part, not the top part.
Well, no, 5 came off the top.
No, originally it was going to be 60-20.
Yeah, so it's 55.
Why? Why should the 5 come off the top line?
No. It's 75,000, so it's 55. Oh, no, I think it's 55 and 20.
Yeah, if anything, that's what
Oh,
I'm
so
trying to
yeah.
tell you.
I
Oh,
said 55 and 20.
I
yeah.
have no idea what they're talking about.
They're talking about the heads-up match.
Oh,
They each put up
okay.
$10,000, but one player only put up $5,000. I don't know how that works, but I'm sure
Second,
Yosh worked
20,
some
even if they put in 5 or 10.
something that was right. And the final two players are splitting it 55,000, 20,000. Chump change.
Yeah.
That's weird.
I thought I was playing for 60. You can make a deal between the two. Just you two. What do you, how much you want to pay?
What this did was just warmed up Jerry Yosh for the heads up NBC.
Yeah, down 20. Yeah.
Did you get it?
Warmed me up real good.
What? You told me around.
Oh, into the...
5 players.
Don't forget.
5 players there.
Well, I know it's
The ace-5 suited,
Still two.
ace-10.
6 deuce. Queen jack.
6
And a
deuce.
king 8.
Oh, 6 deuces in the blind.
the older that has to put in this 20,000.
3 bets.
Okay, let's figure this out. We've got a ace-5 bet. That is pair of 5s, yeah. And
Pair
then
of
we
eights.
have a raise.
Pair of queens.
We'll do 5 of hearts today, I bet, 60.
And king with the king 8. Okay. And the 3 bet was queen jack. And they all called.
There's another 8. Seat 5. Dr.
That's-
Jerry Buss.
Finally not so unlucky.
Well, the hand's not over yet.
It is not over. And seat 3 has a flush draw. Seat 6 has a queen draw.
Make it red, baby.
Red 8.
Red 8. That'll be okay.
Oh, there's the flush.
That's it.
Okay. He's running bad.
I'm not going away, so don't bluff me.
Yes,
He gave it a fair
Jerry said, I ain't going away, so don't bluff me.
very strong one.
Check.
I checked our own thinking.
And she gets there and checks. That's kind of strange.
Wow. I know, that's why I'm thinking.
That's what you think.
Yeah.
You can't beat Jerry anyway.
No, but I'm just thinking anyway.
God, Jerry, how you check that 3 space of the river?
I've just been beaten
James,
twice with a set.
You're getting beaten like a drum, and you got good cards.
That's right. Jerry's lost with two sets.
Someone just said that he was getting beat with good cards. He's had really good flops for his hand. Wouldn't necessarily call his hands monsters. What do you have? Queen 8 there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I hit a nice flop, but better turn. But he does this for fun.
That's right. Doesn't everybody that gamble do it for fun?
Well, I don't know about that. I've seen some pretty miserable poker players. Okay, C3 raised. Can you see what that is, Denny? It's two pictures, right?
He's got a king jack suited.
Okay, then we have C8, a 3-bet there.
Ace queen.
Ace queen.
C9 has an ace queen.
They just called.
9 deuce again?
Got a lot of royalty here.
We've got a lot of action on this hand.
A lot of royalty.
And we've got 9 deuce in this hand. We called 3 bets. Called 2 more bets from the big blind. But it's suited.
664.
Check you, Kenny.
Check around.
Oh, I need another one. Square.
All right, what are we down to? 3 players here? 7, 8, and 9.
I think that C9 led out there with his ace high. With the best hand. And C8 called. They both have the same hand.
Yeah,
And then they'll be chopping
little
this pot
action
here.
there.
Yeah.
Wow. Good hand. Take your 8 bet, Mike.
No, I got bailed out at that man. That's right there.
I can't believe that they're not done with their match.
Take a while. They were going at each other.
No. I mean, Joe said no chips left.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, he had like 3,000 left. When I was
Double
over.
it twice, and then he can play.
Gabe is probably going to like bang his head up against the wall if he loses.
Jerry said
Yeah, when I come back, I'm going to pick that 6. This is the Yorkshire.
Well, I wouldn't say this is a game for beginners,
No, definitely not.
but it'd be a fun game to play in.
Well, it's fun to learn from anyways. Not necessarily learn the right things. Learn either way.
I think somebody who doesn't play big could make a lot of money in this game if they could afford to play in
Yeah.
it. 'Cause these guys,
That's the problem.
These guys play so bad.
Played overnight last night.
They're either that or they're brilliant.
Yeah, one of the two. Might be a little of both.
And I'm playing heads up tournaments today.
Now those chips coming on the table in seat 1 are stacks of $500 chips. That means it's 10,000 a stack. He's doing a little color change here because he's got too many $100 chips. This is Quan Lee, seat 1.
But it looks good with all those chips in
See
front of
those
them. That's a good
$500
stare.
chips there, the dark brown? Stack of those, $10,000. He's got himself 20,000 there. Plus he's got another 15,000 in white. $35,000 he's got.
You said we're gonna raise.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more.
One more
Four
to
more.
raise, Joey.
Oh. One more.
Wait, no, that's not right.
Yeah,
Yes.
you
Oh, he raised
made it
12.
3, yes.
Oh, okay.
He made 16.
Oh, I didn't realize.
No, it's cap.
3 players.
No, just a minute.
You can leave the rack on the table. Leave the rack on the table.
Seat 9 flopped a straight here, and he didn't like the turn because he didn't need that card, but he still has a straight. Doesn't want to see a 10, that's for sure. Seat 2
Doesn't want to see a heart.
Seat 2 wants to see a heart. But Jack eye straight will be good. Seat 2 lays down the hearts, gets a call from seat 6.
There's the old Mike Backshire now.
Yeah.
Where else can you see a 400, 800 limit hold'em game with so much action? Live at the bike.
I just those tournament games, I just horrible.
Get on the phone, call your friends, tell them to punch up their computer, www.thebike.com, click on the Live at the Bike tab, and they can enjoy this too. It's our $100 chips.
I just want to buy.
You want something to do in between hands? Check out Shirley's website. It's www.pokerbabes.com. There's a hyphen between poker and babes.
I actually got 3 emails last night from a few people that watch Live at the Bike.
That's right. There's a link on our website also, thebike.com, that links right to your site.
That's right.
You get a lot of juice around here, huh?
Yeah. Something like that.
I'm sure you get the bill at the end of the month.
Yeah, that was all right.
Shirley does a lot of articles about poker, a lot of interviews with top players around the country.
Breathing, energy.
This light is bright.
We're trying to get her to do a gallery of poker babes, but she's not buying into that.
And you
That's
bet
because,
up all night?
yeah. Denny wants me to put naked women on my site.
I didn't necessarily say naked women. I said some poker babes.
Too long.
Let's see, C4 showing me a queen 9. C3 shows me a king queen.
Dead hand.
How the heck is seat 7 in this
2,
hand?
3 of spades.
Deuce 3.
Seat 7. And king jack in seat 9. So 9, 8, 4. Seat 4, top pair.
Raise.
Seat 9 is trying to steal.
Pick it up.
Not working so far.
Not yet.
Why did he get, the last time he played it, did he get kicked up?
There's an 8.
So he doesn't hit his pair.
Why did you pick it up on the other
He's still taking the lead there.
It's a bet and a
Seat
call.
4 calls.
They want to see a lot of chips. They don't want to see.
9 on the river.
Now it's impossible for him to get this player off the hand.
I check. Oh, you bet. Oh, I fold.
Ken takes it down with a full house. Yeah, kind of hard to bluff a full house out of the pot.
$200? Biggest win of your life.
If the light is bothering you guys, I can bring you guys some hats.
One session you win more than that?
If the
This
light
part is
bothering you,
collection
I can get you
part.
guys some hats.
What?
I see that.
No,
The hat.
Lines, please.
Kenny, you want another pot?
Seat 1, Tuan Lee's enjoying one of our services here at the Bicycle Casino. Massage service.
How much?
You can get a massage table side. They charge you $1 a minute. If you've been playing all night, it sure feels good to get a 10, 20-minute massage.
Kenny, you fall, you don't have to show the hand.
I've had some players in my tournament get like 3 and 4 hour
Oh,
massages.
maybe it's a big
That's
hand,
a lot.
right? Yeah, he's a big hand, yeah. Then you,
It's just
yeah, that's
all
kid.
night. Pocket rockets.
Collection pot.
Yeah, we'll be showing our hands. Raising the 4.
Pocket rockets and no action.
Still a nice pot. Still ends up being like $2,000.
Yeah, that's true.
We're going to have to win the tournament to get even.
And give me a white.
Denny, can you see that? We have a couple hands here. We have an ace-queen suited.
I got a 5-6 in seat 1. I got pocket kings in seat 7 and ace-queen suited in seat 9. And we are going to be head up here. The kings against the ace-queen. Pot was raised and called.
Doesn't look like seat 7 has that many chips left. I mean, it's still a lot of money, but looks like...
It looks like he's on his last stack there.
Yeah.
He's going to get them all in if he can.
If things go right, he'll pick up some chips here.
Only thing that can hurt him is an ace. I thought when I said that an ace would come. That's normally what happens to me.
He wants a hat in seat 6. We're going to get some players some hats. Those lights are really
we'll
bright.
Some bicycle casino hats.
Okay.
Hey, make sure you visit our website for all the tournament action. Check out the schedules. You can even sign up online now using your credit card. You can sign up for a future tournament. www.thebike.com. Of course, you knew that already. We're live at the bike. This is a 400-800 limit hold'em game.
Hold on 1 second. What? Oh, okay. Well, I'm not allowed to use the thing at the front of the table. So, did you see my cards right now? What seat am I? Well, I'm down by the end. My cards are being shown in my hand. Let me talk to you later. Bye.
Delayed 5 minutes. 10 minutes delay.
You made it 3 and you made it 4? I forgot what I had. I'm out. Here, watch that hand.
2-7.
That's a perfect hand for multi.
I have kings again against ace
Wow.
king.
Seat 3 this time. CC.
Yeah, she's the one that just had aces a couple hands ago.
Big rush. Is it over? How does it stand?
Life. Yeah. My whole life. You have to use that 10 times. You never play that. So do something else.
The ace king's going to stick in there for the river.
And does not catch that ace.
No.
Still calling, thinking his ace high is best.
Which sometimes in this game it is.
Yes. Man, she's been raking in some big pots.
What kind of stuff you put me on because you're smiling?
Got about 8,000, maybe 10,000 there.
Well, she's got more because those chip racks are hers.
Who's paying that?
No, I mean from that pot.
Oh, from the pot.
From that
Yeah.
pot alone.
She's looking like about 20,000.
Careful, cameraman.
Last Thursday?
No, she's got more than 20,000. Denny, help me out with the money here. 2 racks are 20,000, right?
2 racks are 20,000.
So she's got about
another
35.
rack in front of her, right? Plus a few brown chips.
That's a down payment.
I was looking at the
That's a
wrong
whole car.
stacks, that's all.
Oh, stop it. Put a girl on this table and they go crazy.
We do, man, especially when you girls show cleavage like that, you know?
What you got?
It's not our fault. We're only human.
Mike,
I think we're human.
crack. What month is it in? Like May or something? It's going to be perfect because the most the handicap thing can be is
Somebody asked the question, what kind of hole card should a beginner play? Solid one. Pocket aces, ace king, pocket kings, queens.
That can just be consistent.
Not 9 deuce offsuit.
Right.
I think I'm 9.
And don't chase it all the way down the river.
Yeah, if you miss, you just want to get out. I mean, when you're starting out,
That's perfect.
you can learn some trickier moves later on down the lines, but you just want to learn the basics.
Yeah, no, I got to get.
Change for that. No.
We had a player play 9 deuce.
Yeah,
Seat one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He won, too, yeah. That's where he made 4 nines, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I remember he's not that good, but I do know he had 9 deuce. Yes, you're right. Of course you're right.
And if you think he lost all his chips, you're mistaken. He just colored them up. He's got some brown chips, which are $500 chips. I believe he has at least 2 stacks. Look at that, 3 kings. I call that the Christmas hand. We 3 kings.
Oh, okay. You make that up? I've never heard that before.
I guess so. Full house on the board. Let's see if someone tries to steal this. There's a bet. Seat 6 going to call. Come on, put them in. You get half your money back. Or half the pot.
Half the pot. You get all your money back.
All your money back.
It's not such an easy call to make. You have to call $800.
Well, $800 to them is like
8 cents to us.
$8 to me.
Don't worry, if you bet I was going to raise the little ass. Nice call there, buddy. Nice call.
So far, I've had 3 8s, 3 jacks, and a full house.
He's still talking about his hands. So far, I've had this and
3 8s, 3 jacks, and a full house. And he had quad 9s, I had a full house.
Wow.
yeah, it's rough, Jerry. That is rough.
JG 200 ultimate JG. JG 200 new ultimate JG. JG last call.
King Jack against Jack 8. Flop looks like 2 queens and a deuce. King on the turn.
How long are they?
One's got 2 pair now. Got 3 pair now.
Has 3 pair.
Ah.
That was about the only card he was going to get a call from right there with that Jack 8.
The Jack giving him 2 pair.
A good check on the turn. Helped him get that bet.
Come to think of it, I believe seat 1 loaned seat 3 $10,000 earlier. That's where some of his chips are.
Okay.
If you just joined us, we're live at the bike. We're at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. We're 15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles. I'm Denny Williams, the tournament director, along with Shirley Rosario. And this is a live action limit hold'em 400-800 game featuring some world champions. Dr. Jerry Buss in seat number 5 right there.
They're even?
Yeah. Celebrity player.
Aaron Katz won a World Series bracelet this year.
Aaron in seat 6. Just gave both a Bicycle Casino baseball cap.
I like that hat.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah. It's all about poker. Is that what that says?
Poker. Sure
That's
does.
yeah, that's a good one.
Marker down.
God, we're good to the players. They not only get free food, free clothing.
That's right.
Okay, player in seat 3 flopped an open and straight draw.
9 Jack. King Queen. Seat 4.
And what was that? Was that a 9? It was a 9.
Yeah, 9 of hearts.
So now a pair with an open and straight draw. Seat 4 has a top pair with the king high heart draw.
What's that?
That was Telluride.
That was good.
Was
Really
it?
good, yeah.
Diamond comes on the end.
That was Taser. I shorted it again. I mean, I bought puts again.
Oh, you did?
Marches, yeah. I made money in January and February, and now I just bought the whatever.
Bart Hansen just walked in. I'm going to
No, I mean, I think it's probably done. It should work its way into.
let him come in here in just a moment.
You buy it at 10?
Yeah. I mean, it's got value. It's not like it's fraud or anything. I mean, the nice thing is that those guys can't get on CNBC anymore. Huh?
Why?
He's going to come take Denny's spot for a little while, give Denny a break. That way when I get home, they have to finish working out the rest of the night.
I mean, that was part of the thing. You know, anytime they could always have an announcement.
Hello, Shirley.
How you doing, Bart?
Pleasure to finally work with you.
I know.
Sit down. So we got the big game here tonight, huh? 4-8?
Yep. I'm actually really amazed at some of the plays, some of the hands that I've seen.
Well, last week we saw some crazy play. We saw Ted Forrest take about 20 grand from Chad Brown.
I know that was the hand of the week. I think.
Yeah,
there was a lot of talk about that hand.
9 deuce offsuit against pocket aces. Chad Brown was trying to slow play and got caught in the turn when Ted Forrest spiked a trip deuces on the turn. And
but I think we're getting close to them working pretty well.
ooh, look at this, Shirley.
DHM.
Oh, I thought
a little bit of nothing.
I thought that was ace jack of hearts in C2, but just get the jack for the flush draw. How's Jerry Buss been playing?
He's been playing okay. He's had a couple beats.
Yeah.
Although some of his starting hands weren't premium hands. He started one hand with Queen 8, and I believe that was the hand he made a full house, but someone made quad 9.
Oh, really?
Something like that. I know he lost trips on one hand, a full house on one hand.
And this is the first time
He's had a few beats.
Not quite sure. Let's see what
it's just
4 has.
You know, people have been wanting to be short the group for a long time, but I think
C4 is not showing their cards.
Oh. Look at this. Ace I is going to take it down.
Wow.
No, it's a
get
jack.
Jack of Hearts, gave him the flush on the river there.
You can just get rammed.
Like I said, I thought they flopped the flush with Ace Jack of Hearts.
Right.
You know, just from last week, what we see is this game is more about playing players, playing position versus hand play of that normal 20-40 or 40-80 game that I'd play. Starting hands are important, pre-flop play is important, but here you see some of these guys just come in with any 2 cards, don't they?
Yeah, I wonder if it is just because they are so advanced they can read players, or if it's just because it's the money's relative. You know, it could play like a 3-6 game to them.
Exactly. You know, if some of these guys are used to playing 4,000, 8,000 games, and then they're playing 400, 800 now.
Right.
You know, could be like me playing a 2-4 game when my normal game is 20-40.
Right.
You can see that we got some of the same players from last week. Tuan Lee looks like he's here. Jerry Buss is here.
Do they all say jackpot?
They're getting a wide selection of hats here. I like the tan hat. Put the tan hat back on, Aaron. Yeah, Tuan's in seat 1. We have Toto in seat 2. I don't think you can see him right now. And then we have Jerry Buss. We have a girl on the table. We have CC in seat 3. She's away from the table at the moment.
CC?
Yeah, probably not the CC that you play with, though.
Oh, okay.
Because there is a CC that normally plays in like the 20-40 and 30-60 games.
Right.
This is a different one.
Different. How is she doing?
She's been doing well.
Really?
She's picked up aces. She's picked up kings. She won ace high flush draw. That was against Dr. Buzz.
Seems like also if they see that Dr. Boss is in the hand, they're going to play any 2 cards also. Let's get it loose, maybe a little bit of pre-flop equity with some random cards before the flop, but then maybe they think they can outplay them on the flop and use their position to...
Well, he told me last week before they played their game, take it easy on him. He does this for fun. He's not like the rest of them that do this for a living.
Right.
So, but he seems to hold his own. He seems to be doing okay.
And is that Lee in seat 4?
That's Ken Berg.
Ken Berg, yeah, we saw him last week as well. Seat 4. Now, Jerry Buss has got ace-king here in seat 5, and Ken Berg's got 5-8 of hearts. And Ken Berg had actually brought that hand in for a raise, kind of a steal raise.
Trying a button still there. He was on the button.
With nothing much. You know, sometimes if I have a suited connector on the button in limit, maybe not to that extent with a gap like that, but if 7-8 of hearts, I'll bring that in for a raise on the button in limit.
Yeah, if no one else comes in, sure.
Absolutely. You know, you have the best position out of anyone. It's all going to depend on who your big blind is and how
sometimes
often
you could just pick it up with the raise.
Right, how often they're going to lay it down. A lot of people lose a lot of money in limit hold'em on their big blinds. Just because you have half the bet in and it's raised doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to loosen up your calling requirements for a raise. You usually have to have almost as good as a hand to call with.
I agree with you somewhat there. I think that if you're in the big blind and someone raises, if any other player comes into the pot, I will only play the hand if I do have a premium hand. But if a player comes in for a raise and it's heads up, you're getting 3-1 on the call, heads up. And if you have 2 live cards, you're a 60-40. It's almost automatic call for me. In a heads-up situation only.
You got to remember though too that you are out of position.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're calling from the big blind, sometimes a lot of people get caught up when they call with ace garbage from the big blind too. And if you hit an ace, you still could be
in a lot of trouble.
In a lot of trouble with your kicker problems here.
Oh, good raise, and he shows it. He's semi-bluff there, yeah.
Got shot straight draw, right?
Straight draw, right. He did not have the best hand at the moment. Aaron had the best hand with king high there.
We saw a lot of play last week, too. Something that very good move at higher limits is the check raise semi-bluff when the board pairs on 4th Street. Even if you have a flush draw or a gut shot draw, it's sometimes very difficult to call with ace king from the back if you have no pair, or even an overpair, and the board pairs up, and you have you can make some sort of semi bluff, and you can sometimes get people to lay down overpairs. Especially with the flush draw or open ended straight draw, or even a gut shot draw. We saw that happen a few times too. Looks like Jerry Buss is bringing in the hand with Queen 10 offsuit.
Coming in with the raise there, which isn't so bad. He's from the cutoff.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No one was in. I'd bring that hand for a raise.
I would too.
I don't know about the call on the button with 3-5 of diamonds, but we'll see how this hand plays out. Now, ace could be a scare card for everyone. No one really picked up an ace, and it's going to get checked around. Ooh, and Jerry Buss is going to check the top pair here. Maybe he's afraid that someone has an ace. I definitely would have bet on 4th Street
I would have bet
10.
too, especially because it was checked on the flop.
Absolutely. I would have bet.
And then it was checked again there.
Yeah.
He didn't get
a little bit scared
Yeah, he
there.
didn't get the value that he should have got out of that hand.
I still would have probably even bet on the flop just to see where people were at if you're the pre-flop, or you would have taken the pot down there anyways. By checking the flop, someone might hit a pair on the turn. I mean, luckily he had top pair. If it gets checked around to you on 4th Street, I'm definitely betting with Queen 10.
Right.
On 4th Street.
Yeah,
he missed a bet in there. But again, we're talking about he's just doing this for fun. He's not a professional.
Right.
Well,
he did manage to make it into second into that invitational. Played against Lane. So he must do something on occasion.
Yeah, it looks like Toto's bringing his hand in for a raise. Toto played very, very, very tight last week. Which is a little bit uncharacteristic if people have just seen him on TV in tournaments where he can play somewhat erratically aggressive.
Right. Well, tournaments and live play are totally different things.
Right.
But I haven't had enough, haven't seen him enough, like a sample size for his live action play to know whether he plays tight or loose in live action. But I do know that his tournament play is very aggressive and a little loose at times. But it works for him.
Mm-hmm. Again, of course, we're talking about a limit game here where it's gonna be much, much more difficult to move people off of hands when the betting is capped at one particular limit on each betting round. And Pocket Sixes has got the best hand here. Still kind of a scary board.
Yeah,
C9's going to take a stab at this here, and he's going to take it down with 4-5 suited there. Probably sense some weakness. A big-time expert play in limit hold'em is if you are in front position and the flop is checked around, if a blank card hits on 4th Street that you wouldn't think would help anyone, like maybe a deuce offsuit or a low card, you can bet right in to the flop with nothing and sometimes take the pot down. You can actually end up winning a lot of money in that way if you make that play a lot. If you sense weakness and a low card comes from first position, you bet right into it and sometimes take the whole thing down. In that case, 6 is folded, the best hand.
You do have to remember that it was a semi-bluff that, I mean, even if he did get called, he still had outs to win the hand.
Was there a gut shot there? I might have missed that.
Yeah, he had the gut shot.
Okay.
It was ace deuce, and he had 4-5.
Even more of a reason to bet there then.
Kenny?
Can you leave that until later?
Again, when we talk about limit hold, when we talk about hands that are suited, having much more value than a hand in no limit, just because you're going to see a lot of multi-way action and a lot of people are going to show down to the river. So I like Jack Queen of Diamonds a lot because you pick up your diamond draw. You can make a big pot. Any two high cards that are suited are really premium hands. And,
you win really big pots with suited cards in limit hold'em. I don't necessarily think that increases the value of the hand too much. I mean, if it's suited and it's a hand you wouldn't normally play, you don't play it just on the basis of it being suited.
Right.
But it does help if it's a hand you normally would play and it's suited. It's all the better.
We're seeing a lot of high cards come here with a couple of aces. No one has any aces, and see if we can see a bet and might bluff out the pot here. No, just going to check it down. 4-10 is going to be good. A lot of times if someone were to bring in a hand with a big raise in a no-limit hold'em cash game, you might not necessarily call with a queen-jack suited. But, if someone raises even under the gun and limit, I'm definitely calling for one raise from the back, especially in the back position with queen-jack suited,
yes.
king-10 suited, queen-10 suited, jack-10 suited.
Right.
Not necessarily a low-suited connector. Low-suited connectors don't have the value that they do in no limit in this game.
I totally agree with you there. I play a lot of suited connectors and low-suited connectors in no limit,
right.
But absolutely not in limit.
Because when we talk about implied odds, we're talking about the amount of money that you could make if you hit your hand. Well, in limit, that's going to be capped at the amount that the limit is for each betting round. You can't win someone's whole chip stack in a no-limit game. So it's a little bit different. A little bit of a different game. But still at the high levels, I mean, there still are more limit tables than no-limit tables. I mean, no-limit cash games is kind of a fairly new thing, year or two old. You're going to see a bunch of, 20, 40 tables at a card room. Only maybe one or two big no-limit cash games. Again, we got pocket nines against king 5.
Against ace 10.
And against ace 10.
Yeah, the flop is king 5.
So pocket nines has got the best hand here. It's going to be tough for Toto to call here, I think.
No, I got a pair.
And he doesn't.
What?
So just a little while ago, seat 7 was almost all in, and he had pocket kings and won that hand, and now has some chips in front of him. Looks like he has about 5,000 in front of him.
Building his chip stack up. Again, usually players will stack their chips, and they don't necessarily have to, but they stack their chips in sets of 20 chips. So, a stack like that in front of Ken Berg would be $2,000 each. So you're looking at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,000 right there in cash. Again, we're talking about real cash here. Jerry Buss seems like he's stacking his chips a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it looks like 25s maybe.
Yeah.
You ever notice the way Howard Lederer stacks his chips? He stacks them like in mountains. He'll stack them probably like 50 high.
See, I can't do that because I'm too clumsy.
Yeah, me too.
Knocks them all over. Some people do in pyramids.
Well, I like to, I don't sit there and count my chips, but, eat in between. Okay, well, we actually have a hand here. Yeah.
Pocket aces, Jack, and Jack, Queen. Look at this. No, aces is flop.
Although that's going to slow down those jacks a lot. There's 2 overcards there.
Aces is flop.
He called.
Jerry Buss called as well with his second
I
pair.
believe Jerry Buss is the one that let out. Okay, we have, I might have been wrong. Okay,
yeah, it looked like check.
This
bet.
Right here for sure is check. And Jerry Buss.
It looks like Jerry Buss is going to check and call, and he's drawing totally dead here. Totally dead. He can't win. Another queens comes. C2 makes aces 4 queens.
And he's going to call.
And he's going to call down. And, yep, that would be.
That would be the nuts, yeah.
The nuts, of course, meaning the best hand.
The best hand.
Best possible hand.
I'm glad that wasn't.
So what I was saying was that I don't like to know like exactly how much that I have. I don't sit there and count my chips in between each hand, but I like to have an approximate idea. So keeping them in stacks of 20 is really a good idea.
Well, in cash games, again, it's not as important as if you were in a tournament to know exactly how many chips that you have.
Just approximate's good.
Yeah. And in limit, it really doesn't matter at all how many chips that you have.
As long as you have enough to get through the betting round.
Right, exactly. In no limit, you might want to have, like you said, an approximate idea of how much you have.
Well, that's what I normally play, so.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you people that are just joining us for the first time, we stream cash games live at the Bike from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock p.m. every Wednesday through Saturday night. And we'll do 200 no limit max buy-in game. We've done the 500 minimum buy-in with 5-10 blinds, no limit cash game. And then we've done this game the last 2 Thursdays, the 400, 800 limit hold'em, which has been very exciting because we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars on the table, real cash value for each chip. Lots and lots of action. Pots that are several thousands of dollars, sometimes several tens of thousands of dollars, especially in this game. Looks like we get a ragged flop 5-3-8, although seat 7's flop 2 pair, top 2 pair with his 5-8. Seat 4's picked up a second pair with an overcard, and seat 5 a second pair with a overcard, ace 5 and king 5. But seat 7's a pretty big favorite here with 2 pair, unless one of the overcards spike.
I'm curious to know how he got involved in this hand in the first place.
And it looks like he's turned a full house here, Shirley, 5-8. Turn comes 8.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Let's see if he gets some action here from the...
He actually might. It doesn't
look at
look
this.
like
Jerry
it's a bad...
Buss is just calling all the way down with the second pairs. It's, a player like that's going to lose money in the long run.
But he has the ace kicker, and the 8 doesn't look like it's a bad card. It makes it less likely that his opponent does have an 8. But I mean, then again, he could be.
Well,
could
seat
be
7 could
just. Pair.
Well, seat 7 could just be betting out on the top pair though on the flop, which is an 8. Turn even strengthens his hand. I'm scared. If I have ace 5 in that case, and the turn comes an 8, and I'm solid players betting into me, we usually bet top pair. I'm probably going to muck that hand.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to give Jerry Buss a little bit of credit there, because if I had called on the flop thinking that my 5 was good, that 8 would not scare me. Because you would think that 8's not a bad card. It's less likely that your opponent has the 8 then.
Well, definitely when a card pairs up and you think that they're betting on top pair, it's less likely that 8 is there. But there's just too many things that are going to beat me, even with the 5, pocket 6s, pocket 7s.
You're right, and pocket pair, right.
Some type of overpair. Again, I'm not playing those cards anyways. Ace 5 offsuit. Just.
I went
here we got some rockets
aces,
again here.
Yeah.
American Airlines. King Queen suited, which is my actually favorite hand in limit.
I like that hand. I like spades though. I don't know why. It doesn't make a difference.
King Queen is nice because if you don't hit, you can release. They're big suited cards. If an ace comes, you can get away from it pretty nicely. And looks
we
like
actually have a few hands here. We have ace 10, and we have one more that I don't think we can see.
Seat 7, yeah.
That's seat 7, yeah. He's holding his cards to the side.
It looks like it's going to be capped here, Shirley, on the flop. So 4-way action. Ace 10 offsuit, pocket aces, king queen suited for Jerry Buss. And it looks like pocket 3s in seat 7.
Wow. Yeah,
now, if pocket 3s hits a set, he can win a lot of money here. And seat 4 is going to leave out.
That's a lot of heat to take to try to hit a set. I wouldn't have been involved in that.
Yeah, with a 4-bet. If it was 4-betted back to him, I wouldn't have called out a position like that either. You lose your odds when you get capped like that to try to hit a set. But he's going to call. And look at this. There's 3 hearts on the board. And seat 4 is going to be feeling really good with the ace of hearts in his hand now, too. Buss is going to lay down his king-queen offsuit. I would have laid down king-queen suited on the flop there.
I would have laid it down at the fourth bet, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been playing it from the flop. Well, actually, if it was 4-betted on the flop, I might have taken 1 off on the flop just because of the odds of hitting an overcard. And look at this, the 3 comes on the river. Unbelievable, Shirley.
That's sick.
Unbelievable. And he's going to check-raise the river. He check-raised the river. Can you believe that? And he's going to turn over his 3s, and Ken Berg's going to be disgusted. Wow.
That's just wrong.
And if you put your opponent on the overpair, I think that's a great move on the river, Shirley, to do. If you think that Ken Berg's got an overpair, he's betting strong kings, aces, kings, queens. You think he's definitely going to bet on the river, too, so why not check raise him on the river?
It was a good move.
What a great move.
It's just, I'm stunned.
That's what they call a good old two-outer, meaning that there were only 2 cards in the hand that he was drawing to help him.
Wow, I'd imagine that seat 4's feeling a little sick right now.
Yeah. You know, you don't necessarily want to play scared poker, but a lot of times when a table is playing very, very loose, even with pocket aces, and if you see a ragged flop and I'm in back position, I might check down the river anyways, because I think that if I bet and get called, when I call it, if someone's only going to call me if they have me beat, or if they raise, they have me beat. Like someone might have spiked 2 pair on the river. So I'm not necessarily disagreeing with Ken by betting pocket aces there, but sometimes you can get caught when you bet because the only chance that you're going to get called is when you're beat.
Sometimes it's worth just to check because that check raise, when an opponent can get in a check raise, it gives them so much satisfaction. So I'll do it.
Psychological value.
Yeah.
Of course, Ken Berg thought he definitely had the best hand there, and pocket threes were staying in the whole time. If there were overcards on the flop or on the turn, pocket threes would have released that hand. He was hoping that maybe Ken Berg had ace king, ace queen, something like that. But
he's just stacking up that monster. Remember I said he was almost all in. Look at all those chips now.
What a great catch on the river. Unbelievable. Seat 1's flopped top pair here. Looks like seat 7 raised the gut shot straight draw. 5-8. He needs a 7 to complete his hand. Seat 8 is caught a pair, bottom pair.
Now we have the open-end straight draw there.
Open-ended straight draw. He can catch a deuce or a 7 to complete his hand. Seat 1 still has the best hand with queen 10. And seat 8's going to lay down. And look at this. He's going to see a check raise from seat 1 with the queen, thinking queen's going to be the best hand. And it is so far. And let's see if the river brings anything here. And it's 5. And that might slow the queen down a bit, although 5-8 still hasn't made his hand. And it's just going to get checked down, and the queen's going to take it.
I picked up a big hand. You see that hand I picked up?
Seat 7 there had an open-ended straight draw, but caught a pair instead on the river, and it didn't complete his hand.
Yeah, it still wasn't good enough, right.
And again, when we talk about seat numbers, I know sometimes it can be a little bit confusing. We're talking about going clockwise from the right of the dealer or to the dealer's left, and what we're zooming in right there on seat 1, going around clockwise to seat 2, and around in that motion, seat 3, seat 4, Jerry Buss's head right there, seat 5.
That's why you can cheat.
Seat 6 there. Seat 7, the lucky check raiser with pocket 3s on the river. Seat 8 and seat 9. Of course, we're having our Win in the Green tournament starting March 3rd, going for about 3.5 weeks coming up, Shirley.
Yes, I just mentioned to Denny that we're all going to have to fight over who gets to play and who's going to commentate. Yeah,
right.
Because both Bart and I are Omaha.
We love Omaha.
Yeah, I love the game of Omaha.
Sometimes it's a little bit rare to get tournaments that are $300 and $500 buy-in Omaha.
Yeah, I think they have 3 here. I think they have a 200, a 300, and a 500, and they're held on Friday night.
All on Friday night.
Right, at 7 o'clock when we would normally be
commentating.
Right.
And I just love those tournaments.
So we're going to find some guest commentators. That's what I decided. We'll see how well that goes over.
And I actually like limit Hold'em tournament. Of course, I'll play no limit Hold'em tournaments, but I like limit Hold'em tournaments too.
Oh God, not me. That's just torture to me.
Yeah. Well,
I like playing in live games limit, but the tournaments are just torture to me.
I mean, you definitely have to catch a lot more cards than you do in a no-limit tournament, but if you know how to play it right, I think you have an advantage over someone who isn't familiar with limit tournaments. And, we have several of those coming up, $200, $300, $500 limit Hold'em tournaments too. And of course, those aren't as popular as the no-limit, but, we all have our favorite,
favorite game, which is great about Winning of the Green. That's what I was talking to Denny about yesterday. They have a nice selection of nice nice selection of tournaments to choose from. It's not just Hold'em.
King Queen suited again. Sheet 2, Ace 10 off, and pocket 6s. And Ace 10's gonna flop top pair here. Let's see if we see some movement here. Jerry Buss is gonna bet right out. Look at Tuan check raising with the 6s. Trying to represent possibly 7 here, Shirley, but I don't think Jerry Buss is going to get off the hand.
I don't think he is neither.
He hasn't been laying down.
He doesn't have many chips there neither.
Yeah, he hasn't been laying down, second pair. And he's got the best hand here. And unless Tuan gets a miracle card down the river here.
Which is likely, because Dr. Buss has been going out there.
And look at this. He bets the 10. Tuan bets the 10, and Buss has got the full house made. And I can't see how Tuan can possibly call here, since his cards don't even really play. Well, excuse me, the 6 plays, but he's got 2 pairs, 10s and 7s, with a 6 kicker. So anyone who has any card over a 10, even if they don't have a pair, would have a better hand than Tuan in that case.
Over a 6, actually. Even an 8 would have a better
hand.
Exactly.
Over his 6, right, excuse me. Yeah. 7-8 would have been a better hand than pocket 6s in that case.
He couldn't make that call.
He can't make the call. He's trying to represent a 7 or a 10, and the one thing about Jerry Buss, and we had spoken to Ted Force about this last week, is usually when he bets or raises, he's got something. He's not making a lot of moves like these guys are. So
you said you spoke to Ted. Did he come in here?
He did. He did.
Oh, wow.
For about 10 minutes at the end of last week on Thursday.
I love him. I think he's a great player.
Yeah, he was the big winner last week.
I thought Captain Tom was.
Well, Tom was a big winner too. It was just, I guess, the way that Ted went about winning at Chad Brown's expense. So I guess was kind of
made it more exciting.
Yeah. King 9 suited and 5-7 offsuit here. Look at seat 9, who's the button, just coming in with 5-7 offsuit. These are cards that I'm definitely not good enough to play.
Seat 4 called with. That's amazing, with King High. C4 checks. I'm curious to see if he's going to make another call here.
A 10 would give him a straight. He does have a gut shot straight.
Yeah, but okay, he doesn't make the call. Do you think he was calling on the flop for the gut shot, or because he thought King High was good?
Well, I guess when we're talking about, well, it would be a little bit tough to make that type of move on the turn there, because 2 pairs on the turn, any jack or queen would be a full house. But when we're talking about, if the turn card hadn't paired queen, maybe he could have made a move with a check raise there with his gut shot, thinking that seat 9 really didn't have jack.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And seat 9 would have had to lay it down with this 5-7 offsuit.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right.
So, but of course, when you get 2 pair on the board, then any bit of that's going to be a full house and going to beat a straight. So
yeah, it's hard to make any kind of call.
Yeah, it would be tough. It would change from a semi bluff to pretty much a complete bluff.
Walk around for a minute. Crazy.
I'm sorry.
I think Tuan Lee is probably the youngest player here at the table. Of course, he won the WPT event at Foxwoods.
I think Aaron might be. Wasn't Aaron one of the youngest winners of the World Series this year? I know he wasn't the youngest, because I believe Gavin was. Are you familiar with Aaron?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. A lot of young guns with a lot of money. That's the point. Playing in the 400,
they're both young.
Game.
Yeah, they're both young, playing in a big game.
Now, we're looking at a bunch of hands here that are pretty decent for limit hold'em, and the flop brings total rags and doesn't give anybody anything. So let's see how this hand plays out.
Normally the aggressor, which was...
the raise came from seat
6, which we don't have up there.
Not exactly sure if we see... Oh, he's got pocket 8s. Seat 6
okay, so he does have the best hand.
Yeah. He has an overpair. And let's see who chases their overcards here.
We've got, looks like
3 callers.
Seat 8 and 9.
And that ace, that's going to slow the 8s down, but the ace doesn't help anyone. Seat 9, of course, has picked up a flush draw, and he's going to bet right into it. And he could take this down with this semi-bluff. It might be a little bit difficult for 8s to call here, even though he's got the bet. Oh, he's going to call, though. And I just can't see how seat 8 with no draw can stay in.
What's that?
Let's see what happens here on the river. Even if he busts out on his heart draw...
He doesn't catch the heart, but he catches the queen.
And that's going to take it down.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Aaron made a great call on the turn.
Yep, and he's going to be disgusted.
Disappointed, yeah.
Look at that. Yep. Well, of course, Aaron in seat 6 didn't know that, seat 9 had a couple of overcards too. He had a flush draw and overcards, so he had some more outs besides the hearts. But even if he had busted out on his heart draw, I'm sure he still would have bet the river, maybe hoping to get Aaron off the hand.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't think, well, obviously we saw that Aaron wasn't going anywhere.
Well, but the other thing about that, too, though, is making that bet on the turn is even if, of course, if a heart doesn't come, like I said, he's probably going to bet the river anyway. There are a few scare cards that might slow Aaron down and might make him fold in the river, like a king, a jack. That's going to make it another overcard. That's going to make it less and less likely that
we
pocket
did
ace
catch
is
an
gonna be the
overcard
best
there,
right?
And he still called.
Right,
so.
that's true.
Yeah.
Talk about pot odds and limit, and it's just to the point where a pot is so big that you
have
might
to
want to make that call. There's a theory too called game theory, where if someone can bluff you out in that point, and it can work 1 out of 20 times, well, you need to make 19 calls to stop that from happening, because that one time that he makes that bluff and it works out of 20 times, he's going to make money off of if you don't keep him honest. So sometimes you need to, the pot is so big you need to make calls even though you think that there's a very, very good chance that you're beat. Sometimes you make laydowns when you just know you're beat, then you're going to lay down. But, if there's still a 10% chance that you might have the best hand, you might want to make the call if the pot odds dictate.
Right. We have a double gut shot. Seat 4.
Double belly buster.
Yeah.
Talking about 2
3
inside.
Or 7, which he doesn't catch.
He doesn't catch. 2 inside straight draws on either side. That's what we talk about double belly busters. A 3, like you said, or a 7 could have given him a straight.
So seat 4 is betting that.
Look at this.
But
Seat 2 is going
did get called.
to call him down with ace high, and the ace is going to take it. Yeah. A lot of time, and I can't fault Ken for betting there because I
that was
see
the only way he was winning.
I see it time and time and again when someone will make a move on a turn with a draw and make a semi-bluff, and then when they don't make it on the river, it gets checked to them, and they just give up and they let ace high win.
Right.
They'll just let ace high take it down where maybe you could have bet him off the hand. Maybe not in that case because there were trips on the board, but sometimes if you make a bet on the river, it's very difficult for ace high, just plain old ace high to call. So why give up on your bluff?
Yeah.
Even if your draw gets busted out on the river. That's a mistake that a lot of amateur players make too. Giving up on a busted, semi-bluff draw. So it looks like seat 9's got a couple of racks in front of him there, which is going to represent 20,000 and change.
Right. Wow. And a couple stacks, so it looks like he's got like 25,000 in front of him.
In cash, of course.
Yeah. Well, it converts to cash.
Converts to cash, right? Cash value, not tournament value. A lot of money on the table there, well over a few $100,000.
Yeah, I would
on the
say.
whole table.
Well, seat 1 doesn't look like it has tons of chips, but one of his stacks is $500 instead of the $100. So
those little kind of pinkish brown chips.
Right. So there's a stack. Well, he doesn't have it in a full stack of 20, but a stack of 20 of those is Lordy help me with
10,
this one at 10,000.
Yeah.
So one stack.
Yeah.
So he has about 20,000 there too.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was a mistake. He had all the white chips in front of him. He had a huge mound of chips
Just kind of the
in front
intimidation
of him.
factor.
I really believe that that's true, and he converted it for one of the players, and it doesn't look nearly as threatening.
I agree with you there. Again, though, this is a limit, so it's not going to be as much of a thing where no limit, I think it would be really advantageous to have a lot of chips in front of you,
Right.
Yeah. Got a couple of ace jack, ace queen, 7-9, and 7-9's got an open-ended straight draw here.
And he's the one that raised there in seat 8 and got called by both players.
It looks like, possibly try to get somebody out, but no one's going anywhere. Let's see if these overcards are going to call again if seat 8 leads. He might take this down with the semi-bluff.
Yeah.
No? Wow.
He's got to do it one more time.
Again, we talk about if it gets busted out and another garbage card comes, he's got to bet it. He's got to bet it. Got to bet it.
He's probably going to get called here with the ace high, but he has to. That's the only way he's going to win this hand is by betting.
And what a great example of what we just talked about, Shirley. I'm glad that hand just came about. Busted semi-bluff. He missed it on the river, and he bet it out.
But
the only way to take it.
He still followed through with it.
He followed through, and he took down that nice pot, several thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that's a huge pot. All right, Bart. Well, I've got to go.
It was a pleasure working with you.
Pleasure working with you.
Do this again. Now,
leave you with Denny again.
Oh.
Is that mumbling I hear? He's got these mumbling under his breath, Denny.
Welcome back to the booth, Denny. How are you doing?
I thought you say welcome back, Cotter. No, he's not in the game yet. He's still playing heads up with Yosh. Gabe Kaplan.
Oh, they're doing $5,000 heads up match play over there, right?
Yeah. Or 10,000.
10,000.
Like that.
Wow. Yeah. Saw them spread that there tonight. They're kind of doing a little bit of a mini tournament where there were 8 players that all divvied up 5,000. They all went head to head.
Well, what I heard, seven of them put up 10, and one of them put up 5. I don't know why somebody got a discount. But. So there's $75,000 in the prize pool there.
Land for you. Be cautious.
Someone's got ladies here, Denny. Pocket queens. Looks like in the big blind, and excuse me, not in the big blind. Seat 3 has pocket queens. Flop really doesn't hit anybody. Seat 8's got a second pair of 4s.
Seat 7 calls with a gut shot.
Gut
draw.
shot straight draw. Yeah. If no one raised here on the flop, Queens probably thinks he still has the best hand, I would think. Let's see if he shuts down here. No, he's gonna bet it. Yeah, I think that's a nice bet. And
he does have the best hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the king might have slowed him down a bit, thinking that someone maybe might have king with a weak kicker, calling the big blind there, but. He takes the pot down, and rightfully so.
If you can see that shot with seat 3, 4, and 5. Seat 3 has so many chips, it's pushing seat 4 over into seat 5's lap. You're getting all crunched in there.
Well, while you were gone, it was funny, Denny. Ken Berg took a really bad beat. He had aces. And a guy with pocket, there was a ragged flop, and there really weren't many draws out there. And a guy with pocket 3s called him down all the way, spiked a 3 on the river, and check raised him on the river with his trip 3s, with a set of 3s, and drawn to a 2-outer, 2 cards that could have helped him in the deck. Man, we've seen that. Just I was talking to Shirley about how Ted Forrest kind of did that a little bit to Chad Brown last week too. Man,
yeah.
No. When you take your blind, don't take your blind.
Twan Lee earlier tonight played the 9-deuce hand and won with it.
Oh yeah, 9-deuce offsuit.
Made 4 9s.
Yeah.
And
no, they're almost finished.
Rick's anxious to. What a raise!
Seat 1's got an ace tray of clubs, pocket 6s in seat 2, king 10, ace 4, and then ace 5.
Or you know what, Jerry? You know what? Well,
ooh, somebody's 3-betting here.
3-bet. Toto, seat number 2.
Pocket 6s.
Pocket 6s.
Yeah. We could do that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a positional disadvantage here, but let's see if he thinks he can take charge of the hand.
Well, I think he can take charge of this hand.
Flops a set. Unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to get a lot of action here because no one really has much of.
Yeah, let's see if he just calls. No, he's going to pump it up.
Look at this. Seat 1 bets right in.
Seat 1, Twan Lee.
Twan Lee bets
he
right
his
into
pair
him.
Of 3s.
And I love that raise. Again, we talk about raising. You got to raise people off the heart draws and make them pay for their heart draws, especially in limit. If you flop a set like that and you got people behind you to act, you definitely pop that up. Now he's got a full house.
Got a full house.
It's too bad when someone doesn't have a queen to give him action here. And he checked right behind it.
Yeah.
He checked right behind it, and I'll just talk about that after the hand is over, because he tried to induce a bluff there, Denny. Tried to induce a bluff. And Twan's thinking maybe his ace is good. It's confusing him, the fact that Toto checked right behind.
Well, he's got queens and 3s with an ace kicker.
That's right. Oh, he's got the pair of 3s, too. That's right. And we talk about sometimes you check on the turn if you're in last position to get a free card, but that puts you in a position where someone might bet into you from first position with absolutely nothing, thinking you're weak.
Right.
Well, you can turn that around and try to induce a bluff from someone there. He knows he has the best hand on the turn, so he checks behind on 4th Street, and then maybe Twan would bet into him with nothing, and he gains an extra bet there, and then pops him on the river.
Right.
So that's what we talk about, inducing a bluff, and that's what Toto tried to do, but he didn't really get any action there. Maybe also trying to give him a free card there too. Maybe a fourth heart comes and Tuan makes a flush.
That's the most annoying noise ever.
Handy cigarette.
Jerry Buss has got nines, pocket nines.
Ace tray again for Tuan, lead, seat 1.
This is going to be a dangerous hand for Jerry Buss to play because, again, these people on the tables are professionals, and nines is a tricky hand to play because there's bound to be a few overcards that are going to flop, and let's see if some of these players are going to outplay him. Now, he has the best hand here.
Yeah, but C4 flopped the straight, didn't he? 9 queen, yeah.
No, he flopped the nuts, you're right. See that. If he hadn't flopped the nut, Jerry would have had the best hand, but all overcards come, and what is he going to do, with the hand? And that's why it's... But he's pretty much done here if the turn doesn't pair up. And yeah, now he's gonna have to catch a queen for a chop pot.
Down on the river.
Some clubs, and he doesn't call the end there. It's tough. Like I said, again, even for professionals to play pocket nines in middle position, yeah, you bring that hand in for a raise, but when you're out of position and you got 3 overcards that flop, it's going to be very, very difficult to, tweak that hand and style it and play it because, you can bet right into it, but if someone comes over the top of you with a raise, even on limit, what are you going to do with it? It's tough to, it's tough to call the raise even though you might have the best hand. It's just it's a bad flop for pocket nines.
Limit hold'em, 400, 800 they're playing. $100 chips on the table.
And I saw something flash in front of me, Denny, that we are going to do this game again tomorrow night. Is that correct?
You got me.
Is that correct, that we're going to do this game again tomorrow night? Oh, no. I'm sorry, I was mistaken.
Greg Rammer.
That's right.
He's going to be visiting on us.
He's going to be visiting. Of course, the World Series of Poker champion, 2004.
Yes.
The biggest tournament money of all time that he won.
I met him last August. He was here for our Legends of Poker. Nice guy.
You beat him?
Oh. Of course, that's a $5,000 main event buy-in, so we have a few more players to play than some of the other WPT $10,000 events, right?
Yeah.
Get a good chunk.
Yeah, we had 667 last year. We'll probably get close to 1,000 this year.
You're going to wait till they finish the match and then you play it out?
Jackson's got the best hand here. A couple of overcards. He's going to check and call all the way. Tuan is with pocket sevens. Flipped in a couple of 500 chips and took his change, right? Check, call, $800. Right. Here's 1,000. I'll take 2 whites back, and you take my 500 chips there. Toto wins the hand.
Digging through, getting all the 500 chips out.
Jerry and I are going to go play. 2 more hands.
It comes queen 4-3, all off suit. I had a set of 3s. And he bet 1,000. I raised him 3,500. 6 came right off, and he had 5 deuce offsuit. And he had to call a raise. The blinds were 2 and 400. Yeah.
And I think that's Yosh talking about the heads-up game that he's playing.
Yeah, playing Gabe Kaplan from Welcome Back Cotter. Big show in the 70s.
Again, they're playing $5,000 single table kind of match play tournament structure. Winners go on and play each other heads up.
So he had me down to 4,300 after that hand. And
hey, Yosh.
Got a deuce 9 queen, 2 spades on the flop here. Looks like seat 9 has got. He's gonna fold this hand.
Okay, so Jerry and I are gonna go play in 1 more hand.
Yeah. Last hand.
I need to play too because it'll help me for I'm tired.
You ever played heads-up tournament style before, Denny? Maybe online, or I know that it's very rare that they do it.
I haven't played it. I've run head-up matches before.
Like almost like a college basketball tournament style grid
yeah,
where the winners
exactly.
go on and play each other.
I've done single and I've done double elimination tournaments.
I haven't seen a lot of those.
Well, you don't see too many because it's so labor intense.
Yeah, I was going to say it must be a lot of work on you, right?
Yeah, you need a lot of dealers for a long period of time, and
because instead of 1 dealer per 10 people, you're talking about 1 dealer per 2 people, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Normally we'll put 2 dealers on each end of the table and get 2 matches on a single table.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Just so to use one table.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, ace 7, ace queen, jack 9. There's an ace jack deuce. Everybody gets a little piece of the pie.
A little piece of this pot. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this is played. C3 has got the best hand here.
You had white chips and $1,000 chips.
And I think that C3 checked. No. And 6 comes. He's going to bet right out. And Twan's going to probably just flat call all the way here, and he's going to lose again unless a 7 comes. Yep.
Close.
There it is. Twan's running kind of bad. Queen's going to play here. Of course, if C3 had an ace 10, it would be a chop pot because that jack would have played for a tie hand, 6s and aces with the jack.
Well, Yoshi Nakano comes into the game in seed number 7.
And I see that we have a lady at this table here, Denny. Cece and
Cece.
Yeah, he comes down.
What? Maybe 20 minutes? You coming in next?
Turn the wrong. There we go. We're bringing Robert Turner in here. Chip Burner Turner.
Did you get buried by
Coming in here, talk.
Come on, you can take
What's going on, Robert?
Well, so far tonight, everything looks good.
Live at the bike.
I see we picked up a new player tonight, Cece.
Cece
is probably considered maybe the best female player in the world. Somebody consider maybe her, Annie Duke. It's probably close, but in live action, big money games, Cece takes them all on.
She's definitely the prettiest player at the table.
That's true. And she's married to a real great player, too.
You had to ruin that fantasy, huh?
Yeah. Don't get any ideas.
She's been on quite a rush, too. She's got a lot of chips over there. She's got a couple racks over there. A couple in front of her.
You can see Jerry Buss left the table for a minute. Tonight we're having a 10,000 buy-in match play tournament. They're warming up for the NBC show. So Yosh invited Gabe Kaplan and a bunch of the stars down, and they're playing a $10,000 freeze-out. Right now we're down to 4 players, which is Jerry Buss, Yosh Nakano, Aaron Katz.
Yeah, 5K.
And what's this? Can we talk about this show? I don't know.
Sure, why not?
No.
It's gonna be sure. It's gonna be held at the Golden Nugget. But we had a match play tournament here today. I think first prize is going to be $50,000. So a lot of action here at the Bicycle Casino.
That big yellow button they just threw in the pot there, that means it's a collection pot. Whoever wins this gets to pay the collection, the house fee for the next half hour. Most games we charge per hand, but in the bigger games we charge them a set amount per half hour per player.
Yeah, that's it. You're not supposed to pick them up after the 6th round.
But you know what? It could really go on for a long time if you do that.
4 and 8 was huge. The rounds at 4 and 800 was big. Kenny, remember how fast they went once they got to 4 and 8? It was like 6 hands and done. And we were about even in chips. 4 and 8 is big.
Well,
so how's the
I don't know how Gabe feels, but for me it was fun.
Where's Gabe right now?
I guess
Yosh is laughing. He beat Gabe Kaplan.
Yeah.
He said he didn't know how Gabe felt, but it was for him. It's fun. Gabe blew 10,000 to him in about an hour and a half.
I was betting all the way. He just called you? Yeah.
Is Gabe going to join our game here, or
I think so.
did he steam out?
That's a good question. He's in our deli having a sandwich right now.
Okay.
So we'll see. I don't know how good he can swallow after losing 10,000 in an hour, though.
Right.
Oh, you had to pay that one?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Well, as long as those residual checks are coming in, he should be in good shape.
Yeah.
I wonder if Welcome Back Cotter's on the air anymore.
I think it's always on.
Nick at night or something.
Might be on 100 years from now.
Yeah.
We played a $36,000 pot.
Gabe looks about the same, a little older.
Like it. What's the name, Helen? I mean, I don't know.
You know, when you consider the superstar actor, poker player, Gabe has to be rated number 1.
I have a thing of chicken rice soup. You want the blonde? Yep. Thursday. Corned beef and cabbage.
Give me a cocktail waitress, too.
Look at that. They're ordering food, asking for cocktails, getting massages.
Yeah,
all these amenities are available to you here at the Bicycle Casino.
Whiskey and $20,000 worth of live money chips. Makes for a good game, looks like.
And you pick up hands like 3-5 suited against 5-6 suited. And pocket jacks. You got 3-way action here. Eight, 9, queen, it looks like.
Where's Juan when I need him?
Aaron Katz there. I think Aaron is from the Seattle area.
You playing games this size, Robert?
I have in the past.
What's it like?
It was before 3 children.
Yeah. Nerve-wracking?
No, not really.
No?
Sometimes the higher you play, the looser the game, the more action to the game.
Well, that's what it looks like here. That's
it's
for
not
sure.
what people think.
Four.
What's the net worth on the table here? You put all the players together. You can't count Jerry Buss, though.
No, I think so. You just take him out of the equation.
3 all offsuit, unraised pot. Queen 4-3. Not the big blind.
It's in the hundreds of millions.
I checked it, he got 1,000. So I raised him 2,500. No, I raised him 3,500. Right? Yeah. Now comes an offsuit 6.
But Kenny, can you put your cards
And he had to call 200 more before the flop. You know, the blinds are 2 and 4.
C4 there, Ken Berg. He was one of the founders of Kookaroo Chicken. It's a big chicken chain here in California. I'm not sure if they're nationwide.
He's got a set. Ace Jack in seat number 2.
And he studied and called. Then came some ace. So 6, 10. So now he only had about 6,000 left.
Ken Berg just won a nice spot.
Yeah, sure did.
But you ended up coming back, right?
What time did he call 3,500 with a gut shot, though? Open ends. Oh, open ends. Queen 4-3. I know he doesn't have a gut shot, but, you know, I was worried about the 5 deuce offsuit.
I'd like to remind everybody our 16th annual Winning in the Green tournament's coming up March 3rd through the 28th. Hope to see you here. You can check the schedule out online. You can sign up for any event online. 9-6 tray. 4-way action.
Mike bets 400. Tuan Lee raises about 800. Mike re-raises, makes it play for 1,200. Juan calls. Mike Baxter in seat 9 had Tuan out there on the steal, and it didn't work.
Yeah. I don't know if Tuan was losing all his money or if he's been loaning it out.
Well, he's got plenty of it.
I know he gave CC $10,000 to get started.
Yeah, he just won $1 million at Foxwoods. He won the World Poker Tour at Foxwoods, so
yeah.
He's got $1 million bankroll. He's okay.
They both had pocket queens. Head up game.
Wow. How the hell did that happen? That's so cool.
That means that the 4 queens together, the dealer had to cut right there.
Yeah, straight down.
Is that Aaron in seat 6? Looks like he's got 10, 20, 30 plus thousand there.
You know, this is an interesting game. All these players, at least 4 of them so far, lost 10,000 before the game started. Kind of a warm-up.
Right.
So that should make for a good game. Everybody went into this game
broke.
10,000.
Stuck, not broke.
Loser.
Stuck. Well, isn't that everybody's game? You get when you sit down in a game, you usually lose from the get-go, and then you got to work to get it all back.
That's true.
I know when I play live action, I lose. My first hand, I usually lose more often than I win my first hand. So you get stuck right away. Maybe not a lot.
Hope you guys out there in 2+2 land are enjoying this game. And RGP, say hello to you guys. Tell all your friends. Post online and tell them about Live at the Bike. It's very exciting. I noticed tonight Toto was calling friends in the Philippines.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Aaron was calling people in Seattle.
Wow.
They're calling people all over the world. Tell them, watch me play.
We've had people from Australia, Holland, Canada, Mexico, all over the world watching us.
That's great. This is the future of poker. This is going to be where you'll be able to log in and watch a game in the future any time of the day.
You have to wait for them to finish? How much of a dog I am? What's the line?
Only because of this game.
Yeah, you guys are playing each other next?
Experience.
I think one of the benefits for this style of poker is, and we're working on it, you'll be able to archive, we're going to archive the shows, you'll be able to go back and watch old shows. You can use that as a learning tool.
Exactly.
You know, critique yourself, critique your fellow players.
Cece looks like she's enjoying herself. Of course, she's. We'll see if her personality changes in case she gets a loser. Right now, she's a good winner, so she's laughing and joking, and everything's going her way.
You want the blind, sir? Thank you very much.
Really wasn't a block.
You want the blind?
10-8-6 with 2 clubs, and I got a club on the turn. So I got a flush draw now, too.
So where's the bad beat? I mean, that's 15 out.
Well, he feels like it's a bad beat, but he hasn't all that.
Nate, first hand you and I played together a long time.
You know, you're watching real poker. It's live, it's unscripted, unedited, in real time. To broadcast this live without any editing is quite a feat.
Queen 3-3. A bet, no call. I'll take it down.
Our executive producer, Evelyn Duarte, is doing a good job.
Yeah.
I'm telling Nate, I'm glad they barred him from Commerce. The more money we got to make there. We're going to have to share anything with you over there.
You know what? I was so happy.
In case you
The last 3 tournaments in February.
are new to poker, the way they start the action is they post, instead of anting in some poker games, this game play with a button. The button represents the dealer, and you post a blind to the left of the dealer, and that starts the action. So in this game, they're posting 200, then 400 for the big blind. And the person to the left of the big blind starts the action. He can either call the 400 or he can raise to 8. And that's how you play Hold'em in a limit style. This is 4 and 800 limit Hold'em with about a $20,000 buy-in game. To play this type of poker, you need a bankroll of at least $100,000 minimum.
Seems like a bad
Guess I can't play in this game.
You have to collect a couple paychecks, you'll be okay.
The machine gun order.
Surely the tournament director at the Bicycle Casino can play in a $100,000 buy-in game.
Sure.
Surely.
Not. Well, the hands are getting better, but the flops on the board are not getting.
You see seat 5 is empty. Jerry Buss will be back there shortly. He's playing a $10,000 match right now. He's playing for $50,000 over on the side. You can't see it on TV, but he'll be back to the game shortly. Mike's on a little sizz here. Mike Baxter.
Yeah, you might want to rethink that hedge fund for.
I don't know Mike.
Start thinking about poker.
Yeah, well, you know anything about Mike?
No. He's a new player to this club, but he played in the 10,000 buy-in match play.
Yeah.
Life looks pretty good right now. He's got about 50 or 60,000 in front of him, getting a massage, and life's good here at the Bicycle Casino.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Bart. Good night.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks for coming in.
That's right.
Yes.
Yo, can I get an extra 10 minutes? Can I get an extra 10 minutes? Do a half hour.
And I am back. Denny, what did I miss?
What'd you do? Go eat?
A little drink, eat. Yep. Chicken kebab.
Good. How are you?
My favorite.
I didn't recognize you. Huh? I didn't realize it. How are you doing?
Good. Really good.
Good.
How's Bobby?
Bobby Safai?
Safai.
Now, where did Jerry Buss go and play in match play?
Yeah, Jerry's playing a match play game.
I like him.
I hear he's not playing that much.
Yeah, I guess maybe he's just working on it or something.
Something fairly new. I don't remember us ever doing that at those levels before.
No, you're right. It is
those
now.
Those match play games. Seed 8's got pocket 9s here. He brought it in for a raise. He's got the best hand. Look at this. Seat 4's calling with ace 9 off suit. Wow. Seat 8's going to bet. And seat 4 was going to fold there. Again, there was a situation I was talking to with Shirley about before you could come in where the board pairs there on the turn, and sometimes these players, especially at these high limits, might want to throw a check raise on the turn. Seat 4 from our early position there, maybe get 9s off that hand because there's an overcard out there, and maybe he's afraid that, you know, he had a 3 there too. Usually you'll do that with a flush draw, and maybe if he had 2 spades, he might try to make a move there and do a check raise semi-bluff. Very powerful move and limit hold'em, but didn't really have much of anything. Didn't really have any business calling on the flop, probably, in my opinion.
Hello? Hello?
Head up here. King 9 against ace 10 suited.
You want yours for dinner or you want now?
Well, that's an interesting flop. C2 picks up the top pair and got a 4 flush on the.
Well, C9's got the royal flush draw.
Yeah, sure.
He's got a gut shot straight draw, and any spade's going to give him a flush. Turn card comes paint. It's a jack. Now let's see if he makes a move here, though. Now this could be a situation where he might throw a check raise in here too. No, but he just checks and calls. Toto. And 10 comes now. That might make him call here on the river.
He's the aggressor. Toto's checking and calling.
Oh, C9 is the one with ace 10.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
Toto shows king.
I had it mixed up. I thought that the guy on the button had the ace 10 spade. Well, then I like Toto's play there. I mean, I like to check and call sometimes when I'm heads up and have the top pair there with a weak kicker and could easily be beat by a few draws. Just check and call, nothing fancy.
By the way, what's our No Limit Hold'em jackpot up to now?
I think it's. I was looking out there today, and it's about 98,500.
That's in the $100 and $200 buy-in. This jackpot's been going forever.
Of course, it's raised $1,000
a day,
every day, and
but no jackpot in this game, unfortunately.
no, there's no jackpot in this game or the big 500 game either. Of course, one of the reasons why you don't see jackpots hit as often in No Limit is because obviously there aren't going to be that many people in a hand in No Limit, and they might be get bet off their hands. If I have pocket queens and the flop comes ace, ace, 10, and someone has 3 aces, they're going to bet pretty big into me, and if I think they have an ace, I'm going to fold my queens. Whereas in Limit, I might finagle and finesse my way, maybe give a call, and they spike an ace on the turn. Now we got a jackpot if the guy's got ace king. But of course, that's not going to happen as much in No Limit. Of course, bad beat jackpot we're talking about in Hold'em is any aces. Any
aces full of 10s or better.
Yeah, aces full of 10.
Beaten by 4 of a kind or better.
Right.
All right, what do we have here? Pocket 5s, Jack 8 suited, King 10 offsuit, and 8-9 offsuit. This will be C3, 4, 6, and 9.
Look at this. Pocket 5s flops a set. Seat 3 there. First to act, and I think did he check? I think he might have checked. He's going to check. He probably is going to check raise here, Denny.
That's CC.
CC. She's probably going to check raise here.
Yeah, C9's going to bet top pair. Top pair.
And there's the check raise. And it's going to could be difficult for Seat 9 to get off this hand here. He might 3-bet here, and he does.
Wow.
And she could flat call and go for a check raise on the turn, but she's going to cap it.
She capped it.
And now he's thinking, well, she could be on a flush draw. If a couple more rags flop, I think he's going to call all the way down here, Denny, with his top pair. And if a 9 comes, it's going to have a lot of action.
10 of clubs. That's an overcard for him.
She's going to bet it right out.
Bet. He's just going to call out here.
And he's probably going to call all the way here.
Queen on the river.
Possibly not now with all these over. Well, he's just going to call it anyways. She's going to show her set of 5. What a great hand. Love those, if you can get in cheap with those small pocket pairs and Limit, they're hidden and you make a lot of money off of it.
I don't know if you heard him, but he said I had pocket kings.
Yeah, right. Pocket kings, and he didn't raise pre-flop, I'm sure. Sure, he had pocket kings. But we would have saw a huge hand there, too. I was rooting for a 9 to come on the turn, Denny, because what CC probably would have done was check raise the turn, or sometimes go for a reverse check raise, which is when you think the guy's going to raise you anyways on the turn, why not bet in and get 3 bets on the turn? I get 5s full of 9s, and he's got 3 9s, so I'm going to bet he's going to raise. I'm going to re-raise on the turn,
right?
And he might cap it because these guys are very aggressive, and she's got the best hand. But he had decided that he was just going to call all the way with his 9s, even though those overcards came towards the end. But if you can flop a set and get in cheaply before the flop and Limit, and in No Limit for that matter, but especially in Limit, if there's a lot of people in, you can win big, big hands. Because again, it's hidden. Those hands are hidden. No one can really put you on that hand.
Is that 2 jacks in C3 I'm looking at, or King Jack? King Jack?
King Jack, yeah. It's like King Jack versus King 10. King Jack has the King 10 dominated when we call.
Right.
King 10's got the, they both have gut shot straight draws. Neither of them have spades, and they both need their other card to make their straights.
Each other's card,
right. Which is going to be less likely that it's going to come. The button's taking advantage of this position. Look at this. He's going to check raise. It looks like he's going to check raise here. Or he's thinking about check raising. Well, look at that. He's trying to fake. He faked me out, Denny, and he's trying to maybe get a read on her play by making it look like he was going to check raise. Maybe see if.
Now, if he had done that in a tournament,
I was going to say that's kind of a Bush League thing to do, but
if he did that in a tournament, he would have been required to put the bet out there.
Yeah. They kind of call that the old fake out when I'm gonna.
Can't go forward with chips in your hand.
You know, sometimes people will do that a lot too on the river when they're gonna go forward, and then they see that the guy who's next to act is gonna call them anyway, so they check instead.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they're not so sure about their hand. He went forward with his chips, maybe trying to get a tell off of what Cece was gonna do, her reaction to the check raise, and I guess he didn't like what he saw and folded the hand. And a lot of times there's a rule, Denny, called in live action and in tournaments games called string raising. And I don't know if you've brought that up, but it kind of applies to that particular case in the fact where you put some chips in and then you decide that you're going to raise because you put some chips in and maybe you're looking for a reaction of a player, something like that, and then you say raise. You can't do that. That's called a string raise. You have to announce raise or put them all in at the same time, right?
Right.
Yeah. Look at this. C3's flopped a nut.
Jack ate a
Nut straight.
Jack ate a diamond I had. You know, 3-bet.
Boy, she's on fire, isn't she? Flopped the nut straight with the club draw.
That's the river. I might beat you.
Second nut straight.
I get you on the river.
King 10 would be the nut straight.
I thought I would have won.
Well, she flopped the nut straight.
Oh, yeah.
She flopped the nut straight with a club draw. Got shot. Got shot straight flush draw. 9 of clubs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No,
Man
maybe
of blood.
yeah, you would have been there.
So, and sometimes too, especially in tournament play, when you're dealing with big denominations of chips, if you are calling say a $50 bet, Denny, and you throw in a $100 chip and you don't say anything, that's a call, right?
That is a call. Yes.
You have to announce raise.
Yes.
Yeah. So, for all those people that aren't that familiar, you got to keep that in mind when you want to raise. Just say raise. You also can't say I call and raise like they do on TV.
Right.
That's not allowed either. You know, I see your 300 and I'm going to raise 2,000.
Now, what you can do, you can announce raise, put the call out there,
right, absolutely,
and then think about how much you want to raise.
You know, if the best thing to do is just say raise, right? And then that covers everything.
Protect yourself.
Yeah.
Ace-6 against Deuce-5. Oh, he was the big blind. But he still called the raise with that.
Really good, actually.
And for me, I'm not even bringing that hand for a raise. That's a muck hand for me, Ace-6 offsuit. Really, I don't really like those hands that much. If they're suited, I'll try to limp in.
How about the Deuce-5? You're not going to call a raise with that either.
I talked about that with Shirley. A lot of people lose a lot of money in their big blinds by thinking that, well, I'm going to put in a half bet because I already have a half bet in there. But you need to have a strong hand to even call a single raise anyways. Deuce-5 offsuit out of position is... I wouldn't call the raise with that hand. Looks like C2 there brought in the hand with the raise with King 9 suited. And Tuan Lee limped in with 4-9 suited under the gun there. Or is he the big blind there?
He should be the big blind.
Take your jacket off.
I think he might still be under the gun. Look at this. He's picked up a straight with a 4.
Both of them have a 9-high straight here.
Yep, both of them got the 9.
9.
Yep.
25 cents.
Both of them have 9s, and there's a straight on the board, but it's still going to be a chop pot because they both have 9s. Look, he's going to raise, and look, he's going to wow, he's re-raising there. Of course, 9-10 would be the nut, so both these players could be beat with 9-10, but they don't put each other on those hands.
9 today.
I think, again, I don't know if Tuan was in the big blind there. If seat
yeah,
he was.
No,
okay.
No, big blind.
4-9 suited.
If you just joined us, we're live at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. We're 15 minutes from Los Angeles. I'm Denny Williams with Bart Hansen. And we're watching a live action game. Limit Hold'em 400-800 is the limit they're playing.
We're seeing some players come in and out of the table because they're also doing simultaneously to this game a $5,000 kind of a match play heads up tournament, mini tournament, which is pretty big stakes.
Got an ace-5, seat 2, a king-queen in seat number 4, pocket 3s in seat number 9. There's a king-6 deuce flop.
Seat 4's got the best hand here.
And seat 9 bets it.
Pocket 3s, well, if it's check to you, I would bet it too with pocket 3s, but he's probably going to slow down here. Let's see if he checks behind seat 4 here. But he's going to bet anyway. Seat 9's also got shot straight draw. But look at this. The looks like seat 4 is going to check raise on the turn. And now because seat 9's picked up that gut shot, he might call one time or possibly even re-raise if he thinks that Ken Berg's trying to make a move on him.
30 winner in
No, he's just going to call. He's got that extra draw. 4 is going to complete his hand, or 3 would be the winner here. And look at that. The 4 comes, Denny. Unbelievable. Ken took a bad beat with his aces before, and he's going to get popped here on the river. He's going to get popped up here on the river. Ken, of course, was the victim of a check raise with a guy who caught a set of 3s on the river and check raised him.
Oh, he just called?
He just calls. Well, he's only got king-queen.
No, I'm saying seat 9, I think, just called. 800. He didn't raise.
You win 28 already?
Did Ken Berg pop it back up?
No. It was a bet and a call. That was it.
I think Ken Berg bet and seat 9 popped it up, and I couldn't tell if Ken...
No, it was $800 bet.
I'm going to let the book be written by CC.
I don't know why he didn't raise.
Oh, I might be confused. It looked like he had a bunch of chips out there. But anyways, another bad beat for Ken Berg.
Well, he probably didn't raise because the 3, 4, 5, 6... I mean, the 4, 5, 6, 7 was up there. I'm afraid he maybe had an 8 or 8, 9 or something like that. He had the lower end of the straight.
It was 2, 4, 5, 6, I think, was on the board there. But anyways, the hand was over. I think he actually did pop it up at the end, but no matter. The point is that Ken Berg is taking some heat right here in this game.
Oh, he's already there?
No. When is it?
Sunday.
Sunday at noon.
You go on that, Joe?
I went there Saturday.
We have a dealer change here. Don't forget, live at the bike every Wednesday through Saturday, 6 till 10 p.m.
Yeah, they're having a $10,000 buy-in.
And tomorrow night, again, we're going to have Greg Raymer in the booth for a little bit. So
Yeah,
stop
Greg
by.
will be here.
World Series of Poker champion.
I think we have a $500 buy-in, no limit tomorrow.
Another big game. It doesn't quite compare to 400, 800 limit, but we saw a pot last week that was over $15,000, I believe. Set of 4s versus pocket queens with some hearts out there.
You should have been here last night. We had the world's tightest hold'em game.
I heard the game was a little bit weak tight last night from some of the comments I read on 2+2. Yeah. It's kind of funny, though, because the game that we had on Saturday, the 200 game, was very exciting, wasn't it? Last Saturday's 200 game.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. In fact, I got in it after we were done.
Yeah. I saw you over there, and I saw you sitting down, so I thought, well, I got to get over next to you, too, because, not only the players on the table, is going to be dead money. No, I'm just kidding, Denny.
That's true. No, that's true. I got lucky, though, and I got because I lost 200 earlier in the day, and I got it back, so.
Oh, that's good.
I did what's called a hit and run.
Did you tell them that you were the commentator for the game?
Yeah. They didn't seem to care.
With the way some of them were playing, I think they were just
hell. I couldn't remember half the way half of them played anyway.
That was a pretty lively game. We saw a couple of guys that were kind of popped in, lost about $800, and popped right out real quick.
Every time I come here, it's like 200, 400 higher than the last time I played here. They increased it to 20 like a month ago from 10. Now 20 is like not even enough to play the free-stage Paduki game in there.
Well, we were talking about some of the match play games that's going on the side there. I mean, what that basically is, and you can correct me because you're probably more familiar with it, is it's just I think they were starting with 8 people tonight, and they either they anteed up a certain amount of money, and they go heads up, and the winners go on to the next round and play each other heads up.
They match up with each other, and it's a head-up competition.
But it is a tournament format, though. The buy-in is $5,000, but they get tournament chips.
Sure.
And
the winners play the winners, and it decreases from there.
So a prize pool of whatever, 30 or 40,000, however many people put in the money.
Well, while we got this wide shot here, Tuan Lee is in seat 1, Toto Leonotis in seat number 2, CC in seat 3, Ken Berg is in seat number 4. Seat 5 is open. We have Aaron Katz in seat number 6. Yoshi Nakano in seat number 7.
No, we're going to have some...
Nate in seat 8, and Mike Baxter in seat number 9. That's the field for so far tonight.
And again, when we talk about seat numbers, just so no one is confused, we're talking about starting from seat 1 to the dealer's right, or the right of the dealer from this perspective, or to the dealer's left, and going around in a clockwise order.
You
all the way
confuse me
through
when
9.
you try to explain this. Listen, if you're a beginner, you don't know where seat 1 is, you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It ain't that hard. All right, what do we got? Pocket 8s, King 3 of spades, and an Ace Jack 10.
Look at this. Pocket 8s has still got the best hand here, but...
Seat 7's got a gut shot draw. Did he hit it? No.
And look at this. And seat 7's going to have the best hand here, Denny. We talk about
Oh,
any
the
5
king,
cards.
Yeah, the king kicker.
Counterfeit.
Aces and 10s with a king kicker.
Yeah. Seat 4 had the best hand on the turn with aces and 8s, but then the 10 comes, so it's aces and 10s. And Yoshi's got the king kicker, and the board has got a jack kicker, and the 8s pretty much have nothing. They don't even play the board.
Right.
Or they play the board. They don't beat the board.
Right.
You know. But it's kind of tough to play a little bit. You know, he might have used his position to bet Yosh out of the hand that time, but he checked behind Yosh on 4th Street and just kind of checked it down on the river there. Scary flop for pocket 8s.
Who's winning in Rick's match?
I'll play 15 hole.
Twan looks like he's coming in a raise. He's got my favorite hand, King Queen suited. Under the gun. When we talk about under the gun, we're talking about first position, which is the worst position next to being in the blinds.
You go to
Aaron in the button's going to 3-bet him. He's got pocket 5s. Looking at a couple suited overcards for Twan, and Aaron's got a pocket 5s. Aaron has position on Twan. Look at this, a ragged flop. And it looks like Twan checked and called. Oh, and there's the king, and that's going to give Twan the best hand.
I have your address.
And
Do I have your address?
He's got 2 pairs.
look at this. He was probably going for the check raise there on Denny on...
and didn't get a bite.
Didn't get a bite, yeah. Going for the check raise on the turn there. And Aaron checked right behind him.
King.
And Twan's going to take it down. These players really love to check raise on 4th Street. You know, they'll do it with any top pair. It's, puts the person in position on the button. You know, makes them think twice about betting on the turn because you might get check raise. You might get check raise with nothing. You might get check raise with 1 pair only.
Right.
And it's a lot of money, you know. If you're 400, 800 level, you get check raise, you know, it's $1,600 in cash right there. You know, you have to call an additional $800. So, very powerful move, and especially in high limit games. Look at this. I think Twan Lee's picked up pocket rockets in seat 1, and he's just going to flat call. Aaron's got pocket deuces there in seat 6. Seat 9's got ace jack. Let's see if Twan Lee throws a little check raise here and on the flop here. But it looks like he bets on seat 9 calls. Of course, seat 9 has got the club draw right now. He's got the nut club draw. He's gonna bet.
Right.
And look at this. This is a check raise semi-bluff. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw, Denny. 10 is going to complete his hand, and the club is going to complete his hand. Twan's going to call. Of course, not as powerful as a no-limit, huge check raise, but Twan's going to call the 1 bet. And the jack's going to give him a pair. Twan's going to call, and it looks like Twan's going to take this one down. Ace jack. Aces wins.
Ace and Twan?
Wow, what a big putt.
Yeah. I like the check raise on 4th Street there, though. He's got a lot of outs on the river. But again, some of the differences that we see between this game and a huge no-limit game, if people were watching the game where Mo laid down pocket aces to a guy that raised him big with ace jack on a huge, huge semi-bluff, you know. It's just one extra bet in this game versus, you know, trying to call an additional $5,000 thinking that your ace is good, your aces are good or not. So it's...
And he picks up like $7,000.
Yeah. Of course Twan's going to call in a limit game with an overpair there, you know. And the board wasn't that scary. It wasn't paired up. I mean, there was a straight out there. There were two clubs, so you might think the guy's check raising you with a club draw, which he was. He could have already had a made flush, but if he did, Twan was going to pay him off, and Twan ends up taking down the pot. Look at this. Twan comes right back and picks up pocket ladies. Seat one with queens. Big hands. Aces, then queens, right back to back.
Ace 7, ace 5.
Ace jack for seat 4.
Jack 3.
So a lot of the aces are already taken up here. Twan's got the best hand. Seat 6 has picked up the nut club draw, though. See if Aaron pumps it up a bit here.
Different special events we have, you know, like
Seat 4 is going to call with his overcards. Bet you Aaron pumps it up a bit here. No, he's just going to flat call. Maybe he doesn't want to get the people out behind him so that he can win some more money if a club comes on the turn or on the river here, Denny.
Okay.
6 isn't going to be help to anyone. Twan's going to bet right out with his overpair. Kind of tough for seat 4 to call here with a couple of overcards and no clubs.
He lays it down.
But Aaron's going to call on his flush draw. So Aaron's going to need a club or that case ace on the river to win this hand.
It's a king.
And it doesn't come.
This is how you don't win in Hold'em when you can't make these hands. Straight flush draw with ace. 2 queens, I mean, it's so brutal.
And that
2 in a row for Twan Lee.
The king didn't even slow Twan down on the river, and it probably shouldn't. You know, you can't put the guy on ace king if you hadn't been raising on the flop, or pre-flop, excuse me. So bet right in and took the pot down. Pocket aces and pocket queens. We're seeing some big hands here back to back.
I was wondering what these guys were passing around writing on. He's actually filling out an application for a Bicycle Casino Classic Club membership card. You get a point every hour, and that point will turn it into food or cash.
Right.
They actually pay you to play here at the bike.
They pay you to play here up to the 40-80 level. Of course, I don't think you get a rate rebate at this big a game, but he's filling out that card so he can get free food here as he eats. As he plays, he can eat for free. Just takes a couple of minutes. Got King 8's got the bottom pair there and a straight draw.
Open in. No, or not open in. Yeah, an open in. It's 9 on the turn there.
Yep. An ace. Well, an ace or a 9 will give him a straight. And now he's picked up 3 8s. And seat 9's going to bet right in. And let's see if she check raises. No, she doesn't. Ooh. She's really playing well here, Cece, in seat 3. I thought she might throw in maybe pop a check raise in there, but maybe she thought seat 9 was on a club draw. Maybe possibly made his flush there.
Yeah.
On the river.
Played it a little tight.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, playing like that from first position, though. You know, it would be brutal to bet out and get raised and then call and, you know, have seat 9 turn over a flush when you have trip 8s there. I have no real problem with that play. There's just too much out there that could beat trip 8s.
How much is it? I'm really happy with the way I played it.
Getting a shot there, Aaron Katz.
With a Bicycle Casino hat.
Bicycle Casino hat. I have a few of those in my closet.
Raise? Time?
I like my hand against
Would you like to check again,
against
please?
your hand too.
Okay, thanks.
The last time we just played.
Okay, 5 people, but not that's
Oh, I really liked it in 5-way action.
Yeah, 5-way action. I'm gonna go ahead and
Ace 10 of clubs. It's going to take that one down. No one really had any hands to call with. Again, limit is a game of extreme swings, and even more so than a no-limit cash game. If people have been with us since the beginning of the broadcast, Tuan Lee was down almost to the felt there in the first 20, 30 minutes. When I came in, he looked like he was running really bad. Picks up 2 big hands there, and then, almost doubles, triples his chip stack.
Actually, he started out real good, then he lost it all.
Yeah, when I came in, he was going down.
Bringing it back.
Right. Very, very swingy game, because you're going to chase draws, because the limit of the bets is capped by a certain amount. So if you don't hit your draw, you've lost all that money, whereas no limit, people could scare you away from those draws. Big slick here. Ace-king offsuit for seed 8.
And the ace flop.
Ace flop.
Ace tray for seed number 4.
Wow,
Flops
look at that.
2 pair.
2 pair. I don't know if she's in the hand. Oh, excuse me. It's Ken Berg. Ken Berg.
I would think seat 9 will fold. He does.
No one has any spades. If another spade comes, it's going to scare both players.
The 5 of hearts.
Ken's going to bet out.
Ken
Let's
bets
see if
his
seat
2
8
pair.
pops it up a bit. And he does. And Ken's going to be a little bit scared to re-raise, possibly. No?
Oh, now he really is.
Now they might check it down here.
4 spade, probably get a check.
Yep, and 2 pairs going to take it down. Again, we see an example of a difference between limit and no-limit play. If Ken had checked there in a no-limit game when a 4th spade came, seed 8 might actually be able to make a big enough bet to bet Ken off of that hand with no spades. But in limit, with the pot being so big there, Ken's going to check, and if seed 8 tries to make a bluff with 1 bet, of course, Ken's going to call with aces up. So.
These guys are pretty quiet tonight. Usually they chatter a lot more than this.
It's a limited game it's more of a mechanical game, not necessarily a game of reads and tells like no limit, playing your gut. Like I know some people were poking fun of you on the internet boards about playing your gut and no limit, but this is more of a mathematical game, saving bets, knowing when to bet for value, when to call for value. It's my favorite game, but the swings are much more intense in this game than they are in no limit.
What?
And if you're a good Texas Hold'em limit player, it's a little bit different than, say, 10, 20 years ago where there were a lot of bad players out there. There's so much literature nowadays about how to play the game properly. You might only have a 60, 65% edge if you're a very, very good player. So you're not going to win every time with a 60, 65% edge. You're going to take some hits, and sometimes those losses are going to be big losses.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, you might be up, but some months you could take brutal beats.
Well, you should try not to play any bigger than you can afford.
Right. You need to have a proper bankroll. It's all about bankroll management in these types of games.
And make sure you can afford to lose that bankroll. You don't want to. Don't lose the rent.
Exactly.
And many people do.
Cindy, how can you say that, Eric?
My turn. Cindy Solis.
Looks like Ken Berg brought this hand in with a 9-10 offsuit. Little unorthodox raise there, changing it up, and he flops top pair. He's going to take it down.
Do something and then forget you're being watched or something.
I mean, there are actually people watching this that we don't know even. Random people watching this.
We talk about the value and limit of high-suited connectors and how those hands can be very powerful. But the lower suited connectors, especially when you're playing from out of position, usually should be discarded. They shouldn't be limped in like no limit because the implied odds in this game just aren't as big as they are in no limit. You're only going to be able to make as much money as each round is capped at, whatever the limit is. You can't win someone's entire chip stack like we see in a no limit cash game.
Right.
They have a good hand so I can win.
You got to hope Jerry Buss beat Rick.
Why?
Looks like seat 7's bringing this one in for a raise with 5-7 offsuit, probably a steal raise. Yosh is bringing that one in. Probably just try to steal the blinds, and he's going to get a call here.
Minimum 3 to 2 favorite.
3 to 2? I'll take 3 to 2.
And he's going to bet his 5-7 offsuit. And look at this. Seat 9 had a 10-3 offsuit, raised the second pair, and took down the pot. Maybe he sensed the fact that Yosh was just trying to make a button raise, trying to steal the blinds, and quickly check raise and took that in that pot.
Got a viewer asking a question: does the casino allow you to pull off the old Doyle Brunson move? That is, show your hand before you decide to bet, and then decide based on the opponent's reaction. It's not looked upon in a positive manner. If you're caught, it happens on occasion. You're not supposed to do it. The floorman would give the player a warning the first time. Second time, he might ask the player, issue some sort of a penalty. Or
I've definitely seen it in cash games where someone will turn their cards over, show the player betting into them what they have, and ask them, should I call, trying to get some sort of tell.
Now, in tournament play, it's a lot more strict. If you do that in a tournament, we will let you complete the hand, and then we will give you a 20-minute
for
penalty.
Exposing cards, right? But your hand would never be dead in that case. It's not such a rule that would be
for a short time, it used to be ruled that way, but no longer.
No longer.
Now it's a 20-minute penalty.
I put up $1,000. All he had to do
King Jack of clubs versus Ace 2 clubs. No one really has anything. King Jack is a little bit of a straight draw.
There's the ace.
And King Jack is pulled off the gut shot straight. And C3 is going to call with the ace. And King Jack's going to take the hand down. And that is the one card that C3 probably, that was going to hurt C3. Because if a Jack or a King comes, she's not necessarily going to call with ace high if it's checked down there. But if an ace comes, she's got to call with top pair, and that completes his hand. So, that was a card that was the one card that was going to cost her that bet on the river, and it came. Yeah, Denny, I've had people do that to me sometimes in tournaments, and I don't like it, but I guess I understand that it's not a kind of a game-breaking rule where your hand isn't dead. But yeah, they try to pull that off. Pop-up cards, especially like in a no-limit type situation where all the chips are involved.
No, but if you're doing a tournament, you definitely get a penalty.
Yeah.
But we let you finish the hand.
Right.
You might still win the hand, but.
There are a lot of strict rules in tournaments that don't necessarily apply to cash games, like using the F word. I think another common one we talked about one of our first broadcasts is even accidentally mucking your cards off the table is going to immediately penalize you, right?
That's right.
Accidental or intentional.
Yep.
Look at Pocket Cowboys for seed 8 here. Ace 10
Get
muck.
that hand out of the muck. Come on, dealer.
Ooh, look at this. Ken Berg eating, looks like a sirloin there. New York strip, maybe?
Probably.
Baked potato, some broccoli. It's got a nice glass of red wine
looks
there,
like
too.
It came out of the Bicycle Grill restaurant, which is a very high-end steakhouse.
I saved myself money, too.
These guys must be special.
But, of course, you don't necessarily have to be special to get that type of service here. You can order any of those dishes when you come and play.
Not from the Bicycle Grill, you can't.
Well, you can get the service. You'd have to pay for it, but you can still get it ordered to your table, though.
Not from the Bicycle Grill, no.
Okay.
You know to play like 1 hand per hour.
Just this game.
Just this game, well. I guess, and rightfully so. These players were playing so big.
But we still have delicious steak dinners for everybody else on the regular menu.
Right.
It's just a different restaurant, that's all.
Big Slick, seat 2, Ace, King of Diamonds, suited. No one really has. Seat 6 is actually flopped top pair here. Now he's got a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. Not a bad border here for 9 Jack of clubs.
What?
Deuce on the river.
It's a blank. We call a blank usually with no help for much. And let's see if Toto's going to call here with Ace King. And Aaron's going to take it down. 9 Jack.
How's this for a turn card?
Top pair.
That's the mother of all turn cards, wasn't it?
As Aaron was saying, that's a great turn card. Gives seat 6 a lot of draws there. A 10 would complete his hand. A club would complete his hand.
4 bit, huh? One hand per hour. 4 bit.
I gotta make the most of it.
Hey, how's that hotel?
Of course, we talked about winning the greens coming up starting on
March
3rd. What's that inaugural event?
Thursday night?
$100 no limit game?
Yeah, that'd be a $100 buy, no limit hold.
Probably expecting at least, 500-600 players there for
I
that
hope
first
not.
one.
There's too many to handle. No, you're probably right. We
Yeah.
probably will get about 500
Yeah.
players.
For those of you that are familiar with our tournament room, we sometimes open up a tent outside in the back to kind of accommodate the overflow, right?
We won't have a tent for March, but we'll put some tables on the main floor if we have to.
I remember you did that for Legends last year.
Yeah.
When the tournaments got big. Queen 10 against pocket 7s here. Queen 10's flop the top pair with the gut shot draw. Gut shot straight draw. Tuan Lee's going to lead with his pocket 7s. Maybe Ken's waiting to pop this up on the turn here if Tuan leads again.
Check,
now he's
check.
going to check? Huh. Interesting, Ken's playing this passively.
Well, he almost reached back and bet it, but he changed his mind at the last moment.
And now it's check to Ken. He's got 2 pairs. And because Tuan checked, he's going to get checked down. It's kind of some little bit of weak play by Ken. Maybe he thinks, but a player like Tuan, though, if he had a jack, I'm sure he probably would have bet it right out on the river there. But Ken was a little bit concerned, so check. And we talk about that concept, about the fact that if Ken's going to bet that hand, the only chance that he's going to be called is probably if his hand is beat. So there probably isn't equity in betting.
Right. And remember, Ken is first to act, so he doesn't.
Oh, that's right. Ken was first act. I thought the button was the other way around. Yeah.
Very beautiful scenery. I mean, to drive, it's a very beautiful drive, especially now it's all green.
Sometimes I get a little bit lost as to where the button is. And
that's okay. I get lost a lot.
Raise.
It's an hour 45 minutes. Yeah, about almost an hour. It's about 2 hours.
Are you from my blind?
Yeah, it's because you go all the way on the 60 to hit the 15.
Looks like Yosh in seat 7 just going to raise under the gun. He's got pocket 7s. No one's going to call.
I just drove it there.
Takes the pot down. Those mid pocket pairs in limit hold'em can be very, very tricky when you're in early position, like a pocket 7s, pocket 8s, pocket 9s. You get somebody behind you, a few people behind you that call. Now you're out of position, and you're bound to have at least one overcard flop. So if you get pocket 7s and the flop comes, king, 10, deuce. Well, you might try to bet out, but then if someone raises you from behind, what do you do then? You're in a sticky situation. So a lot of times people will come in and just limp in with that hand and try to hit their set on the flop. Looks like King Jack offsuit for seat 8 here, bringing this in
Pocket
for a raise.
aces, seat number 3, CC.
And is she going to 3-bet? Yep, she's going to 3-bet. She isn't even going to flat call. No screwing around with this girl. And Aaron Katz is going to call out of seat 6. Looks like couldn't quite see what he has. But we're at least looking at aces versus King Jack. King Jack gets a little piece of this. Couple of spades out, but Cece's got the ace of spades, and she's going to raise it up.
There's a re-raise.
Ooh, re-raise.
We need to know what seat 6 has.
Yeah.
We're not going to know. Okay.
Well, it makes it a little bit more fun for us, Denny, maybe to possibly see, what he had. He did call the 3-bet. Yeah, pre-flop. He might have flopped a set. Now she pops it back up and he calls. So she could be on. He could be on a spade draw. He could have king queen of spades, something like that. Let's see some of this action here.
He comes out betting. Oh, he's got something.
And look at that. She's going to raise it. And if he re-raises, you got to put him on at least queen jack. Maybe he flopped another set of 5s, maybe jacks. I don't think one pair is good here. I would shut down if I were her. I would flat call here. Although the 5 might counterfeit him, though, if he has 2 pairs.
Nuts, he says.
Nuts. Pocket queens.
Pocket queens?
Pocket queens.
Jack full?
Nope, she's got aces. I think that she overplayed her hand, Denny. I mean, if he's coming at me that strong, especially on the turn, he comes out betting again, I flat call there. Because I think I'm vulnerable to a couple pairs, I think, he doesn't have ace-queen if he's coming out that strong. Because if I 3-bet, he's going to put me on maybe ace-king, aces, kings, and then, I raise on the flop. Now I definitely probably have an overpair, or at least ace-queen. And if he's coming over the top of me, every step of the way, probably one pair isn't going to be good. And I'm shutting down the flop. I'm not saying I'm releasing my hand, but I'm going to call.
The pot's over $10,000.
Yeah. What she did was he came out on the turn, bet, she raised. Maybe I might raise there. When he re-raises, I'm definitely not popping it a fourth time. That's it for me. I'm shutting down. I call on the river.
Yeah.
But she re-raised and then popped it again, I think, on the river, too.
Yeah.
So I think she overplayed her hand a little bit there. So.
Two spade or two something else.
Yeah, you could have
let's
check raising, maybe
clear that if we could.
Actually, it's 6 or 7, but I don't know. Then dealer want to put the chip in the pot, right? I say, leave it there, leave it there. We will
An
come back.
ace-6, ace-5, and seat 6 and 7.
Yeah. Ace-5 of clubs in seat 7, ace-6 of diamonds in seat 6.
Seat 4 is an 8-5 of spades.
On the turn, he told you, leave the chip out there.
He didn't get the hit.
The 8-6 of spades is going to pick up a flush draw here. No one really has any part of this flop. And it looks like Ken's going to bet it and take it down. Yeah, take it down.
We played three-handed.
I do like tight, aggressive play, Denny, but there is a certain time when you think that you're beat and you should shut down, especially in limited play.
Three-handed, we killed him.
Thinking he might have a free range. That's why I stopped it.
And she ended up losing an extra 3 or 4 bets, which in this game is an extra $3,200 by overplaying those aces there.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
I did. I played with me and Ray D and Tony Van played straight Omaha Edinburgh. He was drawing so dead it wasn't even funny.
What limit?
5 and 10.
Who's Tony then?
The one with the wife? His wife's name is Q, real cute little Asian girl.
Yes, sir.
8-9 days ago.
Hey, are you a college student or alumni? Come join our college event on March 5th. It's a college challenge for charity. We'll be benefiting the Special Olympics. $50 buy-in, $10 entry fee with $50 rebuys.
One loser in the game.
That's Saturday, March 5th.
Tony Van, only loser in the game.
15% of the prize pool goes to the charity.
He had no idea how to. He doesn't know how to play that game though. That's a great game to play.
King 9-4 offsuit. All different seats, rather.
You know what I mean? He kept getting it in there with like third nuts all the time, going crazy with ace-5 and a pair. Like it was like shit. Board would be like queen 10, 7, 6, 3, right? And he'd just be putting in like 16 million bets with like ace, jack, 5. You know what I mean?
Got a gut shot, straight draw, seat 8.
You know, and Ray and I would be in there with like
Queen 10 is going to catch the jack to complete the hand there.
Completely.
Seat 7's going to come over seat 8's going to come over the top, it looks like, with his gut shot. King 6 has still got the best hand.
You just leave it there.
9 pairs. Seat 7's got the best hand.
And the wife said, "You beat my husband just right now 10 hands in a row. He won 1 hand. Because this guy's not supposed to win 1 fucking hand."
Did seat 8 bet right in again? Looks like seat 8 bet right in. He's busted draw, and Yosh called him. And Yosh is going to take the pot down. And Shirley and I had talked about that before, that, you know, if you semi-bluff into a hand like that and you miss, you might as well, especially in a limit game, shoot out on the river, because you don't want to get it checked down and lose to some ace high or somebody that else is on a busted draw, and then have them win with ace high. And while we were saying that, I believe it was actually seat 7 had a busted draw and won a huge pot by betting it on the river, and someone with an ace high laid his hand down, even though it was the best hand, and he took down about $8,000 or $9,000. So, you know, you want to follow through with those bluffs. Most of the time, it depends on the situation. If Yosh hadn't had a king, he might have laid that hand down. Again, this is a limit game, so it's a little bit easier for Yosh to call that one double bet on the river. Especially when the board paired now, so he's not as concerned about his kicker.
I'm talking about Tony Van. He's thinking about the pie got play from San Diego.
Ace 5 and a jack 9. Seat 1 and 9 going at it.
Kind of taller. Yeah.
3 bets before the flop.
Beat me 30,000. Beat me up like it was like not even.
Queen jack 7. Seat 9's got the lead.
And who would know with and look at this seat. And who would know with the 3 bet that they were going to 3 bet ace 5 off and 9 jack off. 9 jack's the best hand. Now the 5 picks up a pair. Might make Twan stick around for a bit. Is he going to check raise here? He's check raising Denny with bottom pair.
Dustin, Mad Caddy.
And look at this, he calls. He's going to call with his jack.
Really buried him.
I'm sorry.
I did. I buried him. No, so that's
I think Seat 9's got a good read on Twan here. See if Twan follows through with the bet on the river. He does, and he's going to call him with second pair, and he's going to take it down. Twan's going to say just a 5.
I don't think anybody can play. They try to outplay everybody.
Throws that in the muck. Ace 5, no good.
How can you keep calling me all the time on the river?
So we see a lot of moves on 4th Street in this game, especially at these high limits, with these check raises and trying to throw people off of hands. And, you know, if you were playing a 20-40 game and somebody check raised me and I only held second pair with a weak kicker, I'd probably lay it down. But this game, especially if you're watching the way Twan plays, they're check raising with nothing. They're 3-betting with ace 5 offsuit.
Right,
just check raising with a single pair. So I'm going to...
They're playing guts poker.
Yeah, I'm probably going to call all the way down here, too. Of course, you need to have the type of money to be able to call.
Right, exactly.
You know, this game's huge, but...
Well, like Robert Turner said, you need about 100,000 bankroll to play this game.
To sit down at the table.
That's right.
To play this game on a regular basis, you would need much more than 100,000 if you were just playing this game as your job on a regular basis. You know, sometimes it's usually about 1,000 to 1,200 times the small blind if you're playing a certain game, and as it goes up, it even goes up even more. Maybe 1,500 times the small blind if you're playing a game every day as your job.
Well, you and I'll never be playing this game. I'll tell you that right now.
So at a minimum, you'd probably want to have...
Got pocket queens here in seat 1. And he's going to take it down. Nobody calls.
90.
No, give her 120.
Well, she's paying hers.
Get $15 from Toto.
At a minimum, if we're going by that, that little formula, you probably want to have about 600,000 to play this game in and out every single day as a bankroll.
Look at this. We got everybody eating here. Nobody's playing. Seat 3, seat 4 is eating. Go around the other. Seat 7 is eating. Seat 8's eating. Seat 9's eating.
Is it almost over? He's got him at least by 3.5 to 1.
Let's see, we're going to play here. Okay, we'll eat and play. That's good.
He's got him about.
Now we're playing a little bit shorthanded, which we actually haven't seen much on this broadcast. The style plays, hands go up in value because there's less players, so you might see somebody throw in a raise with ace 7 offsuit. I mean, I would. Yeah. If you're only playing 5-handed, that's most likely going to be a strong hand, possibly the best hand. A lot of positional play in shorthanded poker, shorthanded limit poker. And C9's bringing this hand in with king 8 offsuit. Looks like Ken Berg is calling with pocket 3s. And Aaron Katz is going to call with ace 9 offsuit. This flop is 5, 6, 7. Ken Berg's got the best hand here. C9 has the open-ended straight draw, though. Look at that. Ken's probably going to check and call the whole way there if he doesn't see a couple of scare cards. Denny, and he's definitely favored in this hand to take it down. And that queen is going to scare him. He doesn't know. He still has the best hand, Denny, but I was going to say it might be tough for him to call, but it looks like he's going to check call the whole way. And Aaron Katz is going to call all the way. He's trying to hit an 8. He's got a gut shot straight draw, plus that overcard with the ace. And look at this. Berg mates a set of 3s, but if someone has a 4, it's a straight, so you can't necessarily bet it.
Nobody can call it.
And let's see if he does the reverse of what happened to him before.
Pump it up. Look at it.
Denny, he got check raised with a set of 3s on the river before, and now he's doing the exact same thing to this guy, and he's going to get it to lay down. Catches a set of 3s on the river. He had his aces cracked to a set of 3s that were on the river, and he check raises the river. We talk again about seat 9 following up with his busted draw. He's not going to just check down king high because he knows that can't be good to win the pot, so he's going to lead out again. And when he's raised, obviously he doesn't have the best hand, and he throws it in the muck. But might as well just try to follow through as opposed to just checking it down and letting an ace high win or pocket 3s. But regardless of that, I think that Ken Berg had it in his head that he was going to check call the whole way there. Maybe if an ace came, it might have scared him a little bit on the river there. But once he called with the queen, I think he had in his mind he was going to call all the way down.
Ken comes back into the pot. Can't see what he has. Queen 9 offsuit.
Queen 9 offsuit.
Got an ace 10 offsuit, seat 6. Yosh, Jack 7 offsuit.
We've got three-way action here.
Hi, different guy bought it for you.
Jack 4 deuce.
Remember, Kenberg had raised pre-flop. Aaron's going to lead out with his top pair. I like that move. Yosha's going to raise with ace 10, but Aaron's got the best hand here.
No, you had that wrong. Aaron has the ace 10. Yosha has the jack 7.
Oh, okay. Yosha's going to raise his top pair then.
There you go.
Okay. Aaron's going to check all the way. Check and call with his ace 10. See if Aaron,
he's going to lay it down.
You know, he check called the whole way. Maybe he thinks his ace is good here. I would think that he's probably going to lay this down too. Yosha's a pretty solid player. You know, he does the right things. Can easily put him on a jack. And he played the hand the whole way as if he had a jack, and he did have a jack. But you're right, I did get that backwards at the start.
All right.
Yeah.
You're allowed 3 mistakes a night. That's only number 1. I get 6 because I screw up more. Welcome, everybody. We are live at the Bicycle Casino. I'm Denny Williams, along with Nate Hansen. Bart Hansen. I did it again.
I was thinking that you might have been,
again.
You might be joking that time. That's why I didn't say anything.
I'm trying to.
Where are you getting Nate from, anyway?
It's a guy I know that looks like you.
Oh, really?
It really is. No, I'm serious. You guys could be brothers.
And his last name's Hansen too, or his?
No,
it's
just.
Okay.
Maybe it's a 4-letter first name that did it.
Wait. Don't give it to him.
That's okay. Call me Denny, Dennis, Daniel, Danny.
I've seen Danny a bunch of times when they were referred to.
Or my full name, Dennison.
Is that your name, Dennison?
Yeah, Dennison is my actual legal name.
Does anybody ever call you Dennis?
Do you know how many people think Dennison is my last name and Williams is my first name? I get that all the time, especially like doctors' offices and stuff.
No, you never went by Dennis when you were younger?
No. Because my dad is Denny, too. You know.
Well, you're a Denny Jr.
Well, I'm not a junior. Our middle names are different.
Oh, okay. Some of the people on 2+2 were having a little bit of fun with your name and your gut and the franchise Denny's, the restaurant, too.
Yeah, they always have fun with me. We're going to start wearing name tags around here. Let's see. Are they talking about me again? Better not, you guys. How much does a back rub it run at the bike? It's only $1 a minute.
Yeah.
And no to the second part of your question.
She's been playing bad this time. Just boys. Ask everybody.
Producer almost had a heart attack.
Capped 2 streets yesterday with no pair, just a flush draw.
Seat 7's got the best hand here with the queen.
Cat. How many weight?
2. Head up.
Oh,
terrible.
Yeah. Unless I have like an open-end straight flush draw.
Didn't. Yeah, 2 over.
And I don't even know why seat 9 was in that hand with 5-7 offsuit, called on the flop. Maybe he thought that the turn he could get checked. Maybe Yosh would check to him on the turn and he'd be able to steal it.
Hey, let's put up 2,000 each and we'll go sit down in this game. We can get in for 4,000, right?
For one hand, yeah.
Well,
one bet.
That's all it's going to take, right? We play tight. We wait for that.
Premium man, but that's what I'm saying though. In these limit games, where the swings are really intense, because you can wait around for aces and kings and easily have them cracked, especially with some of the hands that these guys are playing. You know,
my luck, I get
5 offsuit versus pocket kings.
My luck, I get pocket aces losing 9 deuce offsuit.
Right, exactly.
That happened earlier. You weren't here.
Well, it happened last week too.
Well, Tuan Lee had 9 deuce. And he made 4 of a kind. Against, I think Jerry Buss had made a full house or had trips or something. One of the two.
9 deuce offsuit, man. That's going to be the favorite hand for this table in this game on our broadcast. Big pots at that hand.
Tyrell kept lifting his chops.
He couldn't believe it. No, he was like,
Ken Berg looks like he's up a bit of money there. His chip stack's getting larger and larger. He looks like he has his stacks, his chip stacking stacks of 40. So that's going to represent $4,000 for each stack.
You know, since we started this broadcast, I've noticed I've been playing more and more, both live and online.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think that you've improved your game a bit just by watching others play?
Of course not. But I'm having fun. I'm not losing a lot of money.
Look at this. Yoshi's got the flush. He's got a 10 high flush, though. It's not that high.
He's going to pump it. He is.
No, he's going to pump it with the 10 of clubs.
Yeah,
well, that's a little bit of a dangerous move there.
I could tell the way he grabbed them chips, you know.
A lot of times, I mean, a 10 might be good enough to call with all the way down for a flush. Ken's just doing a little Hollywood here right now.
Yeah, he got...
Well, you know, the thing, though, is Ken doesn't know what's in Yoshi's hands. But if Ken were to come back over the top of Yosh right now, Yosh being the player that he would probably fold this hand. Obviously, Ken can't do that with the hand that he has. But Yosh puts himself a little bit vulnerable when you raise with the 10 of clubs there. If Ken had re-raised there, I bet you Yosh would have laid the hand down.
Note to self: if Yosh ever raises me, go over the top and re-raise him. Got it.
A lot of times, if you see a 3-suited board, you don't want to chase flushes that are lower than a king, really. You know, in ace, you got the nut. King, you have the second nut. But to chase, 3-suited boards with a few people in with jacks and queens you're gonna be playing losing poker overall. Because chances are somebody, especially if they've raised on that flop, is going to have the ace or the king in their hand. Or someone already has a made flush.
Aaron picks up pocket 8s here. Seat 6. Ace deuce, ace 4, I'm sorry, in seat number 1. And those are our 2 players.
You have a very, very tricky hand in the blinds. When you have a single ace and you have
he picks up a pair of 4s.
Well, when you have a single ace in the blinds and you call, it can be tricky because even if you spike an ace, you still could be beat here. And Tuan's been just making loose calls, and I think he might call all the way down with his bottom pair. It's amazing.
He could.
And look at this, the set of 8 comes on the river. Set on the river, but Tuan, you're beat all the way, buddy. All the way.
Guess it was good anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know why he did that.
Ace 4.
I mean, Aaron's been playing pretty solid poker the whole time, so the only thing that Tuan could possibly be hoping for is that if Aaron had ace-queen...
Plus, he's getting a massage. I mean,
plus he's getting a massage, yeah.
That's got to tell you something right there.
I don't think that I would call Aaron all the way down with my bottom pair in that
definitely.
point. Maybe someone who's playing a little more erratic and more aggressive I might call down, but King's a scare card, and any overpair above 4, which he had, pocket 8s is going to beat him, so... And again, Tuan's playing out of position when he plays those, that hand, so it's a little bit difficult.
Did you see that high-tech special effect we just had there? Go zooming in on the hat and just fade right back.
Fade right back. Very, very high.
We're going to win one of those. What are they called? Webbies or Webby?
Web gems you talking about?
Wedgies.
Oh.
No, Webbies.
Looks like C2's flopped aces up, ace and 8. See if he tries to go for a check raise here. And look at this, Tuan's bit checked, and Toto's gonna come right over the top, and Tuan quickly folds.
If you had an ace 10,
quickly
ace
folds.
high club, you would check the end. So you must have bluffed.
Yeah, we know Toto's pretty solid too. He doesn't play too many hands.
Well, he seems to be pretty solid in these cash games, but if you ever watch him on television in some of these WPT events, he's super aggressive and can play sometimes any 2 hands in these no-limit tournaments. So you see a different side to him here, but I got to agree with you. He plays pretty solid aggressive in these, cash games. And the best style of poker, especially in limit to play, I think, is to play extremely tight, but when you play a hand, play it very aggressively. We call that tight aggressive. Probably the best style.
What do you say, mate? Let's chop this.
Looks like we get a Jack 9 suited in seat 8. Ace 5 offsuit for seat 4.
Yo, she still didn't give me the 5, right?
almost forget it.
I had 2 pairs.
All I have is a pair of fives.
I think I gave you 5 big
I would have 3 outed you. I had 9-7 offsuit here.
No?
Look at that.
You called, huh?
Jack 9 was going to take that hand down. Jack 9 suited.
9-7 the big blind.
No value to call that spot. No money.
Can you call? You call.
Any car I might call.
You will. You're not my
Small blind, big blind.
You know how you play. I don't call.
Guarantee I'm not calling.
I never
Small
call.
blind call. I'm not.
Sometimes if you hit a flop with a bottom pair with an overcard kicker like Twan did a few hands ago with that ace-4, you have odds to take off 1 card on the flop if the flop's been if it's been raised before the flop. Just because you already have 4 bets in there and you can call 1 bet and you have 5 outs.
See what's coming up.
Yeah, maybe call that half bet.
Maybe get lucky.
Catch trips or catch 2 pair with your ace-4, but after that I would shut down. I'd check and fold. C8's got ace-jack here. Flop has been 6, king, queen, queen. And he's going to take it with ace-jack. He probably had the best hand. We couldn't tell what Aaron had, but
either card, good one. Either one.
Aaron probably didn't have a pair because it didn't take long for him to release that hand.
Hall of Fame.
And of course, you can get massages in the tournament room too, Danny, when you're playing tournaments.
That's right. Sure can.
Food service, cocktail service, all that stuff applies in the tournament room.
Get tired.
Sometimes if you're going through a tournament that takes 9 or 10 hours, you know, of course you're going to have to eat at some time and, you know, might want to get a massage to relax yourself down. Tournaments can be mentally tough on you.
Some casinos give like hour-long dinner breaks so the players can go eat, which means they're up even later in the evening.
Right, and the other thing too about bicycles tournaments are that during the week they start usually at 7 o'clock as opposed to some other card rooms in towns that might start them earlier, like at 3 or at 2. So you can eat dinner before you come.
You can do that. We like to make sure the local players have enough time to get off work and get down here. You
It's
know,
not really fair.
Traffic's bad. You know, usually between 5 and 7.
It's a little bit tough to start a tournament during the week at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? You know, you'd probably lose a lot of your players if you did that. Oh, look at this, Jack Queen versus Jack Queen. Both of them got gut shot straight draws. C9 slightly ahead here because he's got a backdoor flush draw. And that quickly goes by the wayside on the turn. So we're looking at a chop pot here. But let's see if Seat 9 can bet him out with position. Look at this, he's just going to flat call. Seat 9 just flat calling Seat 6 is bet. And I don't know how he can possibly call here with Jack Queen. Seat 9, and he's not going to. Perfect example, Denny, of using your position. Both players had the same hand, but the person on the button took the hand down.
Did you have a good hand?
Yeah, right. Aaron says he flopped the full house.
Jerry Buss back in the game. Wonder if he won or lost his match play. I'm not sure.
That's the one thing I was hoping you didn't have. But I was kind of hoping you made it because I know I can get paid off because you were drawing.
And listen to Aaron. He's saying he flopped the full house, and Seat 9 told him what he had, Jack Queen, and he was saying that he hoped he made it straight because he would have got paid off in the end if he had versus his full house. Little does Seat 9 know that they had the same hand.
Right.
I'm sure he'll find out later on in the evening. So we've seen Aaron Katz lie about a few hands here so far.
Yeah.
Never trust a poker player, right?
That's right. They always lie.
Yeah.
Good. This is
See if Jerry Buss is going to enter this hand. Can't quite see what
one
he's
thing we're
got.
trying to figure out is, I heard the prize pool is not 80,000 like we all thought it was.
Look, he's got ace-3 suited. He's probably going to come in. He might bring this hand in for a raise, actually.
Go get him, Jer.
Yep, ace-3 suited. He's kind of, in late position, so I probably would bring this hand in for a raise, at least a limp anyways. First one in the pot.
Hell, if I had Jerry Buss's money, I'd play every hand.
He doesn't even realize the action's on him. Brian keeps trying to tell him, the dealer Brian. Yep, he's going to raise, ace-3 suited. He doesn't know that Seat 9 has him dominated with ace-jack offsuit.
Careful.
3 bets.
Ooh. Can't tell what Aaron's got. He's going to show here.
There it is. 7-8
Wow,
of
he's going
clubs.
to 3-bet Jerry. You know, that's obviously 7-8 of clubs is not a 3-betting hand, but maybe he was trying to isolate Jerry Buss. Aaron maybe thinks he's a better player than Jerry and could outplay him after the flop.
Got an open-end
Look at
straight
this.
draw.
Jerry's flop a nut flush draw. Let's see how he plays this. And Aaron, he's got an open-ended straight draw, like you said. And look, he's just going to call. He's not going to raise with his open-ended straight draw.
Let's say somebody could have finished third.
Jerry Buss is betting into his spades, and let's see if he shuts down here.
Now seat 9 now has an open-end straight draw.
He's going to bet right out. Seat 9 can catch a king or an 8 to complete his hand.
Jerry needs a spade.
Jerry needs a spade, and Aaron needs a 6.
Oh,
or
I
a
thought
jack.
it was for a minute. But it's a club.
I'm trying to figure out who's got the best hand here. It's actually seat 9 with ace jack.
Or they could have played for it.
Yeah. And he puts a bet in right away and takes the pot down. Everybody was drawing for...
Everybody had draws. Straight
everybody
draws,
had
flush draws.
Yeah. And again, we talk about the seat 9's been following through with his semi-bluffs all night long. I don't know if he figured himself to have the best hand with the ace-jack. Someone definitely could have had a better hand than that, but he follows through, bets it, and takes the pot down.
So the semi-final prize money, what's the division of it?
Jimmy's here. Jim! Hold on a second. We'll be right
Is
with
it
you.
50-15 or 55-20?
55.
They're talking about the prize structure. If people can overhear the table talk, that first place gets 55% of the prize pool in those heads-up match plays. And second place gets 25, I think. Well, and then maybe it's distributed amongst third and fourth, little bits after that. I think that they were talking about that in that fashion. Get some more information about that with the viewers now. Look at this flop. Ace, ace,
Rick, you pay me
Rainbow flop means all separate, different suits.
Ken Berg's going to lead here with his pocket tens, figuring he's got the best hand. He does. He's not going to get a call. He's going to show Tuan lead.
CC still hasn't come back after losing with those pocket aces earlier.
Well, you know, she was playing well, you know, before that hand, and I really think that she made a mistake, and it cost her 3 or 4 bets. She really overplayed her aces when Aaron was firing at her, and you know, once somebody comes over the top a few times, especially when it's a double betting round, you know, you get a bet, and then you raise them on the turn, and then they 3-bet you. Like I said, I'm shutting down with my aces. Too much stuff out there. I'm not going to 4-bet. And she 4-betted him and raised him on the river, lost an additional 3 or 4 bets.
Tuan Lee picks up pocket 5s here. Jerry Buss is an ace jack. We got can't see what seat 6 is from here.
Looks like king jack.
King jack.
Oh, it's pocket kings.
Pocket kings.
Pocket
Okay.
kings. And I don't know if seat 6 raised it there pre-flop or not. Again, this is Aaron Katz with pocket kings. 3-club board, though, so
Yeah.
club comes.
Jerry's got a jack of clubs.
Yeah.
He'll probably call.
Aaron does not have a club, so if club comes, he's probably going to have to shut down here. He's going to lead again. Swan's going to call with his 5s with the 5 of club, maybe thinking that if he catches his flush, it's going to be good.
Look at all this action.
And this is what I was talking about, Denny. I would not draw to a flush if it was lower than a king-high flush. I can't draw to a 5 flush. I don't know what Swan's doing there in seat 1. Unless he thinks his 5s are good. But with so many people in, how can you think your 5s are good?
He might be calling the pot at this point, hoping for a river card, but he doesn't get there.
Let's see if that shuts Aaron down a little bit. It might get checked around here. Nope, he's going to bet it out.
Look at the
And
5s
Tuan
calling.
calls with the 5s.
Look at this, an overcall.
And Ken Berg's going to call with his 7. 2 kings. That wins. Wow. These guys are making some really, really shaky calls, I think.
All right, give me 4,000. I'm getting in that game.
Again, I'm just trying to think of what Tuan might be thinking in that case. I guess he thinks that 5s might be the best hand, and the fact that, well, my question is if a club comes, is he going to fold? Is he going to call with the 5 of clubs?
And look at this. Aaron did it with one hand behind his back.
Getting a massage.
Who's got a music there? You're going to give me 4,000, so that
Lloyd, and I had to divide
There's so many people in the pot, and a board with 3 clubs on it. You can't think the 5 of clubs if a 4th club comes is going to be good. So I don't know exactly what he was.
You know, one pot in this game is more than some people
make in a year.
In a year,
yeah.
He wants to put the grease on me right now, but we're gonna
go to that.
Yeah, don't put it on me right now.
You call? I call. How much you?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, good.
He's going to give me 10 and then...
Twan's got Jack 10 of spades, which is a very, very powerful... Oh, excuse me, it's offsuit. If Jack 10 was suited, it's a powerful multi-way pot in Limit Hold'em Denny because it makes the nuts straight, both ends.
Which one now?
If Jack 10 suited.
Okay.
It makes the nuts straight on both ends, and of course your cards are suited. That's what I thought Twan had on the button, but this is offsuit.
4 players.
4 players.
Look
at this.
King 7.
Seat 7's flopped aces up.
Yeah.
Aces and 7s.
Fine, do you have a club on that one?
And that's Yosh, of course, and he's pretty solid.
Jack?
He's going to bet, and I don't know if he's going to get any action here. Well, let's see, Jerry Buss. You know, if he calls the flop, I got to think, Denny, that he's going to call all the way down. Well, maybe that might slow him down now. Second pair. Is he going to call the second pair? Look, he's going to call all the way down with second pair. Little does he know that Yosh has got the flops.
Yeah, he's dead.
Wow. Just drawn totally dead.
He's lucky a king didn't fall in the river there.
And you got to think if he called the turn, he's going to call the river, and he does.
It's kind of disgusting.
And I've noticed a pattern with Jerry Buss that even, you know, with a weak kicker, he's calling second pairs down all the way to the river, and that's where he's going to lose, you know, most of his money. And that's where these guys are going to make the most money off of him. If you can have a player on your table that's going to call a second pair all the way down in every single instance, you know, you're going to make some money in the long run off that player.
You owe me 10, right?
Yeah.
You want to join this game? Come on down and sign up.
Then again, if you know when the turn card comes a second ace, Denny, that makes it, you know, a little less likely that someone holds another ace because you already see 2 of them out there. So
Right.
maybe he was thinking that
Cece
Yosh
is
was trying
back
to
in the
bluff.
game here.
We don't need a rack. I don't need a rack.
CC probably had to walk that one off, those aces. You can't fall in love with aces in this game. Whether it's limit or no limit, aces can be cracked. You know?
I might get stuck.
Don't overplay them.
And they are quite often, actually.
Yeah. You know, and if you have more than 3 people, you're not favored to win the hand. You know?
No.
Individually you are against, but not as a collective on the table.
Play with you too. You raise me, I have 3 bets you.
Look at this. C2's flopped a gut shot straight draw, and Aaron's got top pair with a 6 kicker. He also has a gut shot straight draw. 5 comes, he makes a straight. And C2's going to bet right out here with ace 5. And Aaron's made it straight. He's made it straight on the river here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I was straight, no flush.
Straight?
Oh. She might get up and walk again.
I don't know if CC had the ace 5 there because she's in seat 3. I don't know if we had that lined up correctly. But
let's see. Mark that one down.
Now it looks like Aaron Katz in seat 6 is on quite a little bit of a run now here too. Picking up pocket kings, 4-way action, overpair holding up the whole way.
Sorry, my ear hurts. The dealer was riffling those cards. So
playing the pot out right here? Yeah. Okay, Jerry's playing the pot out.
And that big yellow disc, I remember you talking about that before. That was the collection pot. Time to pay the collection at these big games. It's not a rake where they take a portion of each pot. It's a timed game,
right?
And they take a certain amount from each player. I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head what the collection is in this particular game. It's at least probably $100.
I think it's $120
per half hour.
For the game, yeah.
Per half hour, yeah.
Of course, I get 60 of it.
Swan Lee's picked up ace queen here. Pretty good hand to be closest to the button. Ace queen offsuit.
10, 5, 4. 2 spades.
Seat 9's got the flush draw. And he's going to bet right in.
Jerry's got the top pair.
Oh, Jerry betted out and seat 9 raised. Now this is, of course, we can see maybe getting a free card. Let's see if it's checked, and let's see if seat 9 checks behind Jerry. No, he's going to bet right out.
He's going to bet.
Now, if Jerry's been calling with second pair, you got to figure Jerry's going to call with top pair, right?
He did call.
Okay.
He's just playing behind.
Okay.
Jerry doesn't have any chips.
Now, I'd imagine he's going to call here, too. I wouldn't think, if he's been calling second pair, I wouldn't think the ace is going to scare him. Come on, Jerry, make the call. And he makes the call.
He makes the call.
And he's going to win the pot.
Win the pot.
Okay.
Jerry wins a pot.
Now,
film at 11.
In that particular case, I could easily put somebody on a flush draw. He had flop top pair. So, I don't know if I would necessarily check to the razor on the flop.
He just went through me like a
People have to have a tendency to check to the razor, and it's not necessarily the best move. You think he's on a flush draw, and a blank card comes on the turn, bet right into him, I think. See what happens. You know, he might pop up again, but if he flat calls, I think you're in good shape.
See, Jerry just showed you the Lakers can win.
Chips.
But again, it's another example of seat 9 following up with his busted draw.
Seat 9's chips are dwindling.
Yeah. Okay. But he was following up with his draw. Maybe he thought Jerry was on a flush draw. If Jerry was on a flush draw and didn't make it, he was going to, Jerry's going to bet out. But Jerry did have top pair. We've seen Jerry bet into flush draws before, so it's not, a bad read. But maybe he had spades too. Looks like top pair is going to take that one now, Ken Berg. Of course, Denny, if you're holding 2 spades in your hand and the board is 2 spades, the chances that someone else is also on the same flush draw aren't that good because there's only so many suits in the deck, right? There's only 13 suits in the deck, so you have to think about these things when you're playing.
Question from the internet: how is California poker atmosphere different from other states? Well, I'm glad you asked that because I'll be doing a field trip, visiting all these other casinos. That's a perfect way to get a vacation, right?
Yeah. Well, of course, in California, there's no smoking indoors anywhere.
That's true.
But a lot of poker rooms around the country, even in Vegas, don't allow smoking in their poker rooms nowadays.
Hey, I want to say hi to all our friends at 2+2, all the viewers. Thanks so much for your comments and suggestions.
I read the threads every night after I commentate. We appreciate your comments, suggestions for making the program better. Critiques on our broadcasting, Denny. I always get a kick about some of the people that kind of poke fun at you.
I don't care.
Look at this. Seat 5 flopped ace, king, and Jerry Buss has got full house. Ace is full of kings, and it looks like seat 7 is going to call him all the way down with second pair here. Check. Dr. Buss's ace is full of kings. Nice hand.
Pretty good hand there, buddy.
Yeah.
Pretty good hand.
I was hoping you had the flush. Thank you, Jerry.
Again, you can sometimes get caught up, Denny, where if you're calling you call with second pair on the flop, because like I said, you can take one off. And then if the top pair pairs on the turn, well, it's less likely for that person to have top pair, because you already see 2 of them, so you can get caught up in the hand and end up having to call all the way down. And sometimes get into a situation where you lose a lot of money.
I usually give them the benefit of the doubt.
And just fold when the second thumb down?
Yeah. I've learned the hard way more times than not, that's the right decision.
But if it's checked, if you check from early position and someone else bets from the button, and I'm on the button, I'm going to bet my second pair, so I could have a king as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Or I'm going to bet with nothing sometimes because I have a position. I'm going to take all these things into account. Look at this. Ace, queen suited versus queen, king offsuit. Queen, king offsuit's got an open-ended straight draw there, Denny.
Sure does. Right.
See how Ken plays this. He still has the best hand with ace, queen suited. And it's checked. Let's see if it gets checked down here in the end. Ace, queen's going to take it.
Queen will take it down.
Yeah. Good.
We're not eating yet.
Seat 7 needs some chips.
Sometimes you'll see somebody like if I was in seat 7's case, I would have raised Ken Berg. would have let me take charge of the hand. I also could have gotten a free card on the turn. If Kenberg checks to me, I might want to check behind him, get that free card, so that maybe I can make my draw on the river. But in that particular case, if I had raised Kenberg, then bet on the turn, Kenberg might release his hand. He might call for the overcards, but on the river, follow up with your bluff, and Kenberg's going to lay that down, most likely. But seat 7 played that hand a little bit passively. Oof, look at that money just getting thrown right across the table.
Here, give me some chips, will you, pal?
Here's, 10,000.
Give me some lucky chips.
Big slick. Ace King suited for seat 3. Cece.
I got your hand.
Cece took a couple of beats and no one's going to call her.
We had the same hand. Same hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Did it flop some? I'd like to see that. I had babies. Maybe the babies will come.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Did we ever get word if Jerry Buss won his heads-up match?
No, I haven't
It seemed
heard.
like he came back pretty quick.
I
Usually
haven't
those
heard.
games
Well,
go...
no, he was gone pretty well for a while.
So did you at least get up to the, what was the biggest blind?
Look at this. Jerry Buss has got top pair here. He's 7 offsuit.
Yosh Nakano is back out playing.
But,
I guess Gabe Kaplan, I don't know what happened to him.
Or actually, no, I know. I mean, like normally, like
King Jack suited for Toto. Or for CC, excuse me. Look at this. CC bet, and then Jerry Buss raised, and CC quickly folded. As Jerry Buss had made aces up on the river there.
I'm going to see if I can get us an update on the match play.
Okay, we'll see you in a little bit, Denny. CC was trying to pretty much pull off a total bluff there on Jerry Buss. Maybe if Jerry Buss hadn't had an ace, he might have laid down the hand, but he had top pair, and we've seen him call all the way down with second pair and a weak kicker all night long, so he's not going to let top pair go. And when he paired up on the river there, making aces up, he popped it up a bit, and CC quickly folded. She was just pretty much betting in, bluffing with nothing, king high. Jerry Buss looks like he's making a bit of a comeback. Got some stacks of chips in front of him there. Again, the way he stacks them, 20 chips is about $2,000. White chips are $100 chips. So that's just about $6,000 right above his left hand right there.
There's 2 players.
And then he's got a bunch of chips that he's fiddling around with down at the bottom rail. King, queen offsuit for seat 9.
History repeats itself.
And I think Jerry Buss had king 10 of diamonds, bet right into a 2-diamond board, nice little semi-bluff, and got the best hand to lay down. What a nice play. I think Dr. Buss is learning some poker here. That's a great little bet. Picks up a little pot. Seat 9 didn't have a pair and just got away from the hand. It was a small pot. Sometimes you can semi-bluff at a small pot, and someone doesn't have a pair, they're not going to draw for cards to improve their hand. If the odds aren't there because the pot's so small. Dr. Buss makes a nice little semi-bluff. Great semi-bluff in that case. Looks like we're going to see a bunch of limpers here. 3 or 4-way action.
5 players.
5 players, Brian says.
Go see Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Now, who's that?
Someone's got king jack here at seat 3. Toto's got ace 3, and he's going to raise with his bottom pair, and CC's going to come over the top for 3 bets with top pair, king jack. And Tuan has got a flush draw. He's got a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw and a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of hearts comes, he's got a straight flush. Tuan has a pretty strong hand right here. CC's got the best hand. CC's going to bet right out. Toto's going to fold his 3. So Tuan's on a draw here. CC's got the king. See what comes on the river. And it's a queen, and it's going to give Tuan a straight. CC checks. She's going to call, and Tuan drew out on her. Ooh. Rivered. She says river. Shows her top pair. Mucks it. Tuan's going to take down a pretty big pot here.
That's the same hand I had.
Swan had a big draw there. He had nine hearts to draw for and 4 queens, so he's looking at 13 outs on the flop. We call outs, we're talking about cards that are going to help your hand.
Is it a musical?
And he had 13 outs twice, so, you know, he was a little over a 50% favorite there in that hand to draw out against one pair, and he did on the river. Good example of what a nice big draw can do for you. Again, in limit, that's how you're going to win a lot of chips, and that's how you're going to lose a lot of chips. If Chuan had, you know, stayed all the way in with his draw and hadn't hit it, he's going to lose that pot. But spiked the queen on the end and took the whole pot down. Yosh has picked up.
I gave you my prediction.
Seat 7. I can't tell if that's Yosh, if Yosh got up from the table, but seat 7 has ace queen offsuit. That's not Yosh. Seat 6 has got. Let's see here. Who's in the hand there? It's between seat 7 and Jerry Buss. Can't get quite a read on what Jerry Buss has.
Best hand wins.
Looked like it was ace 10 against ace queen. Ace queen's going to take down the pot.
Thank you for dropping by, Frank. I just won 5 in a row there.
Again, we're here live at the bike streaming a 400, 800 limit Texas Hold'em cash game, where we stream live cash games Wednesdays through Saturday nights from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific time. Sometimes we stream our $200 max buying games. Sometimes we stream our $500 minimum buying games. In the last few Thursdays, we've streamed this huge 400, 800 game. Those chips are white $100 chips. We see hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table here. CC in seat 3 is going to bring this hand in with queen 5 suited. Kind of a position raise. It's going to be heads up between seat 3 and seat 7. Can't quite get a read on what seat 7 has. And look at this. CC's caught a queen on the turn, but seat 7's going to bet right in. And CC looks like she raised it. She's going to raise her top pair here on the turn. Seat 7's got 6-8 of clubs. And he's got an open-ended straight here, it looks like. Flop is 9-4-7. Turn card is queen. He has 6-8. And he's going to call. Oh, excuse me, the flop is 10-4-7, so he's got a gut shot straight draw. He needed a 9 to complete his hand, and he didn't make it.
Nothing.
And CC's going to take this pot down with the queen, top pair. So it looked like seat 7 bet into that flop with a gut shot straight draw. He needed a 5. Needed a 5 to complete his hand, and he missed. We've seen a lot of semi-bluffing in this game. Quite a lot of moves. Again, you can't necessarily bet somebody off of a hand because each betting round is capped at a certain limit. But we're talking about a lot of money here. We're talking about, 4 bets of a double bet in this game is $3,200. So it's not chump change, and it's real cash. And I want to welcome Denny back into the booth. Denny, what'd you find out?
All right, here's the update. They still have 2 matches to go.
Yep.
And they're paying 2 spots.
Okay.
$55,000 the first, $20,000
that makes
the
more
second.
sense. Okay. And what was the prize pool? There were 8 people, so there were 75,000. Okay. So did Jerry win his first match and then went on to play a second match? Is that what happened? And lost the second match?
Yeah, Yosh is playing Aaron right now.
In the finals? Or in the...
Well, there's one more match after that.
Oh, okay.
And then that will be the final.
Right. And that's a no-limit Hold'em tournament, head-to-head structure, right? That's a nice little payday, huh? 55 grand.
And even though Gabe Kaplan lost his match, he went home because he had a headache.
Oh. Looks like Ace-7 here has got the best hand. Seat 7.
I got a pair.
Jerry Buss is betting his 9-4, and it's not going to be any good.
No.
No.
Yeah, 6s.
fours.
Fours. He had bottom pair.
I had a straight draw.
He did have a gut shot straight draw. That's right. A 10 would have made it straight.
Small side.
And I'm reading a post here from our friend Rick. What's his last name? Nebbiolo. And once again, Nebbiolo. And once again, he has written in the thread my name incorrectly. He's called me Brad, so I don't feel so bad about mispronouncing his last name.
I call you Nate. He calls you Brad.
And I play next to him every single day, and
It's
he calls
Bart,
me Brad
okay?
every single day.
And I'm going to take a big money price on you.
Just think of Bart Simpson.
There you
probably
go.
get that a lot,
There
right?
you go.
You should be able to get 3 to 1.
Yes, I do.
It'd be even money, whoever you play.
I think you ought to hold out for a lot.
6 of spades, 6 of clubs, 7 of clubs. It's the flop. Seat 9's got 8 jack of hearts. He's got a gut shot straight draw right now. 9 would give him a straight. Seat 4 looks like he's got ace, 6 of hearts. So he was slow playing the trips, and he's going to check raise seat 9 right here. And seat 9's looks like he's going to call just for his gut shot. But seat 4's got trips there. And this actually might keep seat 9 in. He might call one bet here, Denny, because he's got top pair now.
Could I get some service?
Oh, and he's going to bet. He's going to, and look at this. Seat 9 is going to raise with just a jack. He's going to check raise.
Third jack.
And that's not going to be any good. The 6s are going to take it down. What a crafty move by seat 9, trying to check raise the river just with top pair.
Would you say seat 9's on tilt?
Well, I don't think that I would have tried to make that move against Ken Berg. I mean, Ken Berg flat called the flop and then popped up the turn. You know, he was trying to put a trap and it worked. He had trips. I don't think I would have check raised with 2 6s out there, just my jack with a weak kicker. And Ken Berg called and took the pot down.
Chips, please.
You see seat 9 trying to put a lot of moves on, but he's losing a lot of chips though, Denny.
Yeah.
Again, I like straightforward playing limit. I don't like to put a lot of moves on my opponents. I think that if you just play straightforward, aggressive, you'll end up, being a winner.
I think it's time to take his mind off the massage and put it back on poker.
In the game, yeah. I think Ken Berg just got about an $800 gift there, that check raise. I mean, he's not going to lay trip 6s down, even though that there's a possibility that he could be beat with a full house or maybe, a straight. But
I'd like to remind you, if you just joined us, first of all, we're live at the bike. This is a limit hold'em 400-800 live action game. The majority of the chips on the table are $100 chips. A stack of chips represents $2,000. So you can look around and get an idea how much each player has in chips there.
Yeah,
Twan looks like he's bringing this hand in for a raise on the button with pocket 4s.
C2 flops 9, C3 top pair with an 8.
And I like CC. I like flat calling out of the blind face king because you're out of position.
She raised.
She popped it up, of course.
C1 folded.
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh, look at that, Denny. A 9 comes.
9 for Toto.
Wow, Toto's drawing to a 9. He had to have a 9. He bets it right out.
He bets she calls.
And she calls. Didn't even go for a check raise here, and she's going to call, and he's going to show the 9. Oh, that's brutal, Denny. Absolutely brutal. She's going to show ace-king. Yeah. He was only drawing to 2 outs again. The other 2 9s were the only cards that could help him, because if a king comes, she's got him covered with the ace-king.
Sure does.
Ace is up. Oh, that's just brutal. And
every time
from rags to riches, from riches to rags, it's Cece. She's probably dropped about $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 in the last 4 hands that she's played.
That top rack was full.
Yeah.
Now it's empty.
So that's $10,000 right there.
All right, thank you.
Overplayed her aces, got drawn out by a couple lucky cards, and she's hurting right now. New dealer here. Scramble. Gonna scramble the cards. So did you start off as a dealer before you became a tournament director?
Actually, yes.
You did, okay. I know that's a lot of ways people enter this industry as a dealer.
Actually, I started off as a player, not a prop player. I used to just play, and then I wanted to become a dealer because I enjoyed playing so much.
Right.
And got a job here dealing. Then they had me help them in the tournaments as assistant floor. Worked up to a floorman and.
Seat 7's got King Queen suited. He brought it in for a raise, and CC 3-betted. We can't quite tell what CC has. Jerry Buss has got pocket 4s. So CC in seat 3, remember, she was the 3-better, and she's going to lead out. Let's see if Jerry Buss pumps this up with his 4s. No, he is going to raise. And I like that move by Jerry Buss, I really do. With a ragged flop like that, he definitely could have the best hand, and he's getting King Queen out of there. So if a king comes, he's not necessarily going to lose. He's not going to let seat 7 draw out on him. And the way that CC's just check calling Jerry Buss, she probably doesn't have an overpair. She probably only has ace queen or ace king, and we're getting word that she has ace queen.
Does she have a club? No.
Nope.
No club. So Jerry Buss will take
Jerry
it
Buss
down.
is going to take down with the flush, actually.
Oh, yeah,
4 clubs. And I couldn't tell there if CC tried to make a last-ditch effort and bet the river, maybe. She might have tried to bet the river and bluff Buss out of there, because if Buss doesn't have a club, it's tough for him to call. But again, we've seen Buss make calls all night long with,
CC's going to have to take another walk here in a minute.
Yeah.
So easy. Right now, I mean, it's like,
Well, you stuck bad today?
I came over here, I lost a full house and a set. Flopped the set twice. And a full house.
Come on, Jerry, don't cry. You just won a pot.
Well, he's talking about that quads, the 9 deuce that Twan had, right? That he had a full house on. Oof. Seen some brutal beats. Now seat 9 looks like he's the one that picks up King Queen suited. Again, this is my favorite hand in limit, although we haven't seen it win all night long. No, Denny, the whole night.
Confrontation when I walk by.
So seat 9's got King Queen suited. Looks like seat 7's got Ace 7 offsuit. Oh, there King Queen's flopped the top pair there.
I think I'd rather play Yosh. I think he might.
And he's just going to bet and take the whole pot down.
I heard Jerry say he'd rather play Yosh than Aaron, so I guess Jerry did win this match.
So Jerry's in the finals,
so
huh?
It'll be Jerry and whoever wins the match between Yosh and Aaron.
So if anybody's in the area, they can come right down and see that final against Jerry against Yosh or Aaron for $55,000, right? Heads up, tournament style match play. I'm sure we'll keep you updated tomorrow and tell you who the winner is going to be. Good for Jerry, huh?
Did the Lakers ever get a new coach? I haven't followed the story myself.
Aaron's probably got more credentials.
I'm sure we'll.
All right, 2
from
plus
some
2.
Of the threads.
Answer the question for me.
I'm so disenfranchised.
Lakers get a new coach yet?
I'm so disenfranchised.
And if so, who is it?
Disenfranchised by the NBA, Denny. I don't follow it. I like college basketball. Those guys make too much money and they have too big an attitude.
Excuse me.
College basketball is much more pure, I think, of the game. Don't tell Jerry Buss I said that, though. Twan's got top pair here. He's got King 10. Now let's see what CC's going to do here. She's taken one off. Question. Now that's got to be another scare card for her. I can't believe that she would call with pocket 4s here and she doesn't.
Well, she figured if Jerry can win with pocket 4s, why can't I?
Well, sometimes I wonder why players make a call with that type of board there with pocket 4s, because if they're just trying to take one off and hit a set, they're really only drawing to 2 outs. There's so many overcards there. I just think the safer play might be to release on the flop. You could be beat by another pocket pair that's higher than yours, any king, any 9, or whatever that third card there was, a 7. And you don't have odds to call to take one off to try to hit a set. Even in a big pot, with multi-way action, you really shouldn't take one off if you think that your pair is already beaten.
That was the end.
You don't have to have a hand anyway in No Limit.
Welcome if you just joined us. We're live at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California, about 15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles. This is a live action game you're watching. Limit Hold'em. The stakes are high. 400, 800 they're playing. Got some world champions on the table. Dr. Jerry Buss in seat number 5 playing. Owner of the Lakers.
Not re-raise.
4 bets.
Cappuccino, 4 bets.
Big hands here. Looks like seat 9's got a big slick suited, ace king suited.
Pocket 3s in seat 1.
Now, if Toto can hit his set, this is the huge types of hands that you can make a lot of money off of, but the 3 doesn't come.
No, that's Tuan Lee.
Excuse me, Tuan Lee. And was that checked around? Ace King checked that in seat 9? Look at that. And seat 7 has got...
Seat 7's
I think
out of
seat
the
7
hand.
might have folded before. Okay. I think seat 9 checked that to Tuan Lee, maybe probably trying to get him to bet, and then just going to go for a check raise on the flop there, Denny.
But with a pair of pocket 3s, he's not
he wasn't
going to
bite. No.
Not with all them big cards out
No.
there.
No.
What's that?
I need collections.
But that's what his intention was to do, probably check raise on the flop. Right there.
135?
You have that?
$135.
130 or 35. Oh, I want 70 of it. Seat 8 showing an ace 9, I think. Offsuit.
It's amazing how these guys play these ace
4-7 and seat 1. Ace
we call them
7
ace
and
X cards that
seat
aren't
3.
suited. Ace garbage, unsuited. You know, I would never play those hands, but these guys love them. I've seen tons of ace garbage, you know, unsuited cards in this game, you know. So 4-7 with the 6-8's got a gut shot straight draw here. Seat 1. Seat 3 bets and Tuan calls. Queen's going to be no help. Seat 3's got a little bit of a flush draw here too with the 7 of hearts. He's going to bet, and Tuan's going to fold there. And that's a good fold by Tuan. Of course, you're not going to chase for a gut shot anyways, but a lot of people miss sometimes that when they have open-ended straight draws or they have gut shot draws, if there's 3 suited cards or another flush draw out there, you could be drawing to even less cards than you think, because if you catch your straight but it's one of that suit, you could lose to a flush. A lot of people miss that. You know?
Right.
So you have to adjust your odds in that way.
By the way, to our viewers, if you would like to send us a comment or suggestion or just write us a love letter, you can do so. The address is live@thebike.com. Live@thebike.com.
4 players.
4-way action here. 7-8, 10-8, Ace-5, and Queen-9. Ace is up. Seat number 5, Jerry Buss flops 2 pair.
And Denny, when we said the email address was live@thebike.com, that's actually our website. Our email address is...
I'm done.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
Live@thebike. Oh, okay. Well, look at me. I thought I was trying to fix you, and you had it right the whole time. I apologize. Live at.
All right, that's your second screw up tonight. You get one more.
You know, the funny thing is, because someone had actually written that in a thread I was looking over last week, and they were like, that's not a valid email address, live@thebike, and they had put live@thebike.com, but it's live@thebike.com.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shift number 2.
That makes more sense. Yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah, that'd be a new way of saying it.
An ace.
Live shift to thebike.com.
Because, of course, our website is thebike.com.
Good night.
Jerry Buss, look at those big chip stacks. Looks like 15. Looks like 30 stacks of 30 there, which would represent about 3,000. So he's got about 12,000 and change there.
He's bought more than that tonight.
Think so?
Yeah, I know so. I know he's at least on a second rack.
Seat 7's bringing this hand in with pocket 9s. 3-way action here.
There it is.
Look at that. He's
Flop
got a
a
set of 9s. Let's see how he plays this. If it's a rainbow flop, He's going to bet it right out. I like that bet. Anyways, I told you about these draws. Make people pay.
Oh, Jerry, you're not going to pay him off.
Jerry is calling with ace-6. Oof. You know, I don't know what he's hoping for. Maybe catch an ace. And now, let's see if Jerry sticks around, if he's got his gut shot. He shouldn't.
What is it?
And look at this. He's going to stick around with his... to catch a 7. What a brutal beat
I
this
hope
would be,
he does.
Denny. If he catches a 7, what a brutal beat this is going to be.
That'd be funny.
Look at 7! Unbelievable! Wow, look at that. And
Jerry
sickening.
hits the gut shot.
Sickening. And he's going to check raise probably here on the river.
Let's see here. Yeah,
He
he
check
is.
raises
He's
on
raising.
the river. And pocket 9s, I mean, set of 9s can't lay this down. The question is he going to go back over the top? He's just going to call.
He's going to call.
He'll say, Jerry, what are you calling me with ace-6 for?
Yeah, he knows he's beat.
Show the other card, Jerry.
Just show him both.
What are you calling for, Jerry?
Wow. What the fuck is that?
Did you hear what he said, Denny? That's great.
I sure did.
What
So
the
did.
bleep was that? What is he calling for on the flop board there, Denny? It's just...
I didn't put you on that.
He didn't put you on that. What
Hit the ace.
Bite at the ace? Well, ugh.
You know.
That's just, that's a brutal one. I wonder if seat 7's going to sit a few hands out here.
He's going back to eating whatever he's eating over
What
there.
the bleep is that? I think that probably would be my response, too. Oh, we've seen some great suck-out drawouts here. Wow. That's, you know, we're talking about, he gets check raised on the river, so that in itself is 1,600. The turn bet's another 800, 24, and then the raise, 32, $3,600 swing. Instead of winning
I had nothing this time.
$3,600, you lose.
Yeah,
You should probably
yeah.
win a little more than 36. You win 4,000. Instead, he loses 3,600
Yeah.
on that one card.
Right.
Whew.
It's a whole lot of
Brutal.
Thank you.
Brutal. That's why limit hold'em, you know. Some people don't like to play it, and it can really get you down because people will draw for these ridiculous outers that they don't have odds to call with, and then they hit them, and you end up, you know, losing a big pot that you should have won. Whew. And he check raises on the river just to rub it in a bit. Well, let's see if seat 7's kind of on tilt here. He's got pocket 5s. He's going to get 3-betted by ace-queen suited, seat 8. Somebody's capping it here, too. Tuan. He's got pocket 9s in seat 1.
3 players.
Pocket 9s, pocket 5s, ace-queen suited.
There we go. So wind up in the pitch. Oh, this is poker.
Tuan's still got the best hand here. He's going to lead. Call. No one's really has much draw. No one has draw at all.
There's
9,
a
and there's a set. And let's see if he tries to go for a check raise here. Nope.
No.
Well, he was last to act, so he's going to bet. Look at this. Seat 7's calling all the way with pocket 5s. I think he's all in, Denny.
Okay.
Call. He calls with pocket 5s. Unbelievable. There's a set of 9s.
Your 9s worked out okay, huh?
Seat 7 is
Ooh.
not pleased
Good
right
thing that
now.
microphone was there. Stop them cards.
Yeah, get the dealer. You don't want to do that. Those are very, very loose calls by seat 7 there. I think, you know, when we talk about going on tilt, we talk about how you have to keep in the game mentally. And when you take a beat like he did against Dr. Bus there, it's going to throw him off. It's going to rattle him a bit. And look, you just lost another few $1,000s by making a couple of bad calls there. You know,
But he's eating good.
yeah. You know, this game can mess with your head sometimes. You got to keep it together.
Just changed up a $5,000 chip.
Wow. Jerry Buss is going to be feeling pretty good about himself too, you know. And then he's going to go play match play for $55,000.
Yeah.
In the long run, Denny, those types of calls are going to lose you money. Ace-6 when you have nothing on the flop. Everyone can get lucky, but I guess I'd rather be lucky than good, right? That's what they say in poker.
3 players.
Seat 9's got a pocket cowboys here. King. And seat 7's got ace deuce suited. Look at this, he's flopped the best hand. Queen Jack's got a gut shot straight draw. Jerry Buss leads with his gut shot straight draw. Let's see if he can draw her out on the guy again, Denny. If he catches, the thing is that he needs a king, and two of the kings are already gone. So
and the king will make a set. Actually,
well,
he
now
gets a king now.
He's totally dead. Yeah. Drawing totally dead now.
Yeah, you don't want the king now, Jerry.
So ace deuce is going to win this one. Look, he's just going to take a stab at it. Seat 7's going to call. And let's see what seat 9 does with the kings. Very, very interesting hand here. You got a bet and a call with an ace out there. There's been some strange action. Well, he's going to call too. Sometimes if you got a caller in the middle, Denny, it's tough to make that call because you got to figure someone's got an ace. Ace deuce is going to take it down. Seat 9 can't be pleased about that. Yeah, shows his kings. Seems like there's 52 aces in the deck when you got pocket kings, and the flop comes, and
right.
Seems like an ace comes on the flop every time when you have pocket kings.
Jerry, you want a king on the river?
And they're saying, see, poking fun at Jerry, you want a king on the river. Well,
no way.
Jerry's dead if a king comes on the river.
King's full then.
Three kings and me is straight.
Now it gives me a vote.
Oh, you had a...
No, there's
Are they
6.
pair?
There's a pair of 6s.
Oh, the 6s,
Yeah.
but the 6 can't be there if the king comes.
Yeah.
Jack of clubs exposed. Three players.
Jerry Buss in seat 5's got 8-9 offsuit on the button. Not much of anything here, Denny.
No.
Seat 9 is just going to shoot out with ace high. It's actually the best hand. He's going to take the pot down. I guess seat 7 can feel a little bit better about himself there, winning that hand with ace deuce. But, you know, if the board hadn't paired there on the turn and another king had come, what a monster that would have been for Jerry. 3 kings against a straight.
Yeah.
Haven't heard much from Cece. And Toto, again, playing in remarkably tight.
Well, they just told me Frank Hamlin will be the coach for the rest of the season. Thank you, guys. Knew I could count on you.
Oh, she raised. Okay.
Ooh, what a loose call by seat 9. Cece's bringing the pot in with ace-8 suited. Seat 9's calling with 5-3 offsuit. This is the type of hand, like I say, you don't want to really defend your blinds with. And look at that, he flops 2 pair. Unbelievable. Let's see if he's going to check raise here on the flop. No, he's just going to call. See what comes here. An ace. Now CC could be in big trouble. Let's see if he's going to check. No, she checks back. Wow. And maybe CC was scared of the 4. And he's going to get a call here with the ace. 2 pair, shows 5-3. CC must be thinking, why is he calling me with 5-3 offsuit? Ugh.
Now, I thought they would have played this hand a little stronger than they did.
Well,
compared to some of the other hands.
Well, I think that seat 9 was definitely trying to check raise there with on the turn. Maybe figured that CC caught an ace.
So what do we get?
But CC checked right behind him, possibly fearing a 4 for a straight. So she was just going to check right behind and then call on the river. So
he's running
that's
good.
exactly what happened.
Join us tomorrow live at the bike for a $500 buy-in, no limit hold'em game. In fact, if you'd like to participate, just show up. Come on down to the Bicycle Casino. We're in Bell Gardens, 15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles. We're at the 710 freeway, the Florence Avenue exit. And it's a $500 minimum buy-in tomorrow. You can buy in more if you'd wish. Bring your money, put your name on the board, and we'll get you in.
I know what you're thinking already.
So what's first place?
55.
Seat 7's bringing this one in with ace queen offsuit for a raise. Seat 9's cold calling on the butt with king 5 suited. Twan's got queen 9 suited in seat 1.
Play for all of his bets. He'll play with 55-20. It's good.
4 players.
Seat 9's flopped the best hand here, Denny. King 5 spades.
Yeah.
See if he's going to pop this up a bit.
You lost
Top
36.
pair. And he does.
You're even. You're in 20, right? Still winning 5.
Ace queen, of course, has got that gut shot straight draw.
They should just deal these guys 1 card instead of 2.
Look at this. Twan lays down his gut shot. He had a jack to complete his hand, but he was drawn to a smaller straight. So it was a good laydown.
That's because his wife's sitting behind him.
Now, let's see if he makes a move here. Seat 7, check raises. Nope, he's not going to do it. I was thinking maybe he would check raise there with the 10 pairing with his straight draw, but it doesn't happen. There's a 9. And king 5's going to take this one down.
What made you a big favorite?
There you go. Lucky you got blind me.
Now, normally, in a mid-level game, 20-40 game, maybe some of the tighter games, maybe a 10-20, 15-30, somebody raises, you're not going to call with king 5 suited. That really isn't a premium hand, but seat 9 took advantage of some of his position. He was on the button, so he has the best position. I'd come in with king 5 suited cheaply if I was on the button, if I could get him for 1 bet, but I'm usually going to lay it down pre-flop. But flopped his king, and you know the problem with that hand, Denny, is that if you flop a king, of course you can be in kick or trouble, which we've talked about before, where your second card isn't as high as the other guy's second card, and you're going to lose. So
C3 CC picks up pocket jacks, ace 9 of clubs, and seat 9.
I think he might be thinking about 3-betting it here with ace 9. Look at him. He's playing pretty aggressive.
What happened to you and Yosh?
Now, CC with jacks and seat 9 with 1 ace. CC is about a 72% favorite to win this hand heads up, Denny. Seat 9 only has 1 overcard. He also has flush possibilities. And look at this. CC's flops.
Flops a set.
Set. Let's see how she plays this. Seat 9 flops second pair with an overcard kicker. And I think CC is checked. Did she check and call here on the flop?
She made it 800. He made it 12. And then she just called.
And she's trying to make it look like she's weak here.
The hand play itself. I mean, what do you want me to
Queen comes on the turn. See how it happens here.
Bet
And
8.
I think there's smell a check raise here, Denny. And
16.
that's exactly what it is. Check raise. And I really can't see how seat 9 would continue playing here.
Yeah, well, you have the nuts.
I mean, CC's played pretty solidly. I mean, she's overplayed some hands, but she's always shown down good hands. She continues to show her hands at the end, and they've always been playable, nice hands. Seat 9 needs to fold this.
I think he heard you.
I just can't see how he can
Tell
call.
him again. Tell him again.
Seat 9 needs to fold this hand.
There you
There you
go.
go. It's a little bit, the queen on the turn killed some of CC's action a bit. Again, if we had seen a 9 on the turn, we would have seen an unlimited action. You flop a higher set, and then you got a guy in back of you with just trips. He's got the ace kicker. Well, you got the full house. You still have the best hand, and we would see crazy action. And I think maybe the best way to go about that for CC would. She probably would go for a check raise, but sometimes if you think the guy's going to raise you on the turn anyways, bet, he raises, then you get 3 bets out of it. And maybe he comes over the top again, 4 bets. And there's no limit to, even though this is limit hold'em, if you're heads up with someone, there's no cap. And I don't know if we've talked about what a cap is. Usually there's a 4-bet limit on each round in hold'em. But if you're heads up with someone, it basically turns into a no-limit hold'em game. You can make as many single bets as you want.
C2 picks up pocket aces.
Toto, he's going to 3-bet. And
pocket 8s? Is that pocket 8s?
Looks like pocket 10s for seat 8, actually. So it looks like pocket 10s versus aces. Again, Toto's played pretty solidly.
And
CC's in with ace jack.
I raised before the flop. Well,
C1's out of the hand.
C1's out.
Look at this. CC's flopped 3 jacks.
I made it 2,500. You could have picked
Wow. And she raises right away. See if Toto is going to be able to get away from this hand.
Well, it's on seat 8 right now with the 10s. Let's see what he does.
I can't see how he can call with this raise. I like the way that CeCe's playing this, though. Don't screw around. Raise your trips. And I think that Toto, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away with. I think he's probably just going to check call the whole way here, Denny.
Less than ace hits.
He might try to get crafty and check raise here. And that's what he's going to do. And the question now is, does CeCe 3-bet here or wait for the turn and pop him on the turn? Because if she 3-bets here, Toto might fold. But if she waits, if she flat calls here, she might be able to get an extra bet on the river. And that's, I think, what's going to happen then. She flat calls and she's going to pop him on the river. I love this play. Bet, raise.
Toto bets.
Look at that. That's what I was talking about. And now, the question now is, Toto might lay the hand down. I really love, when you think you have the goods on 4th Street, like I said, Danny, if she had 3-betted that hand, she came back over the top of the check raise, Toto might have folded. But instead, she flat called, and she's going to pick up at least an extra bet, and maybe even 2 extra bets here. I just love that play. If you get check raise on the turn and you think you have the best hand, flat call, wait to the river and pop them. Exactly what happened. Look, Toto folds the hand, which means that Toto probably would have folded the hand on the turn for 3 bets.
Yeah, he might have. Well, I think you overheard Jerry Buss is going to play Aaron Katz for the money. This is the final match.
Money game.
This is for the match. There's a match play tournament on the side going on. Playing for $75,000. First place will get $55,000. Second gets $20,000.
That was some those are some advanced concepts we saw that last hand there, Denny. You don't see that situation very often where you get check raised on the turn and you're pretty sure you have the best hand, so you flat call and then raise on the river and gain that extra bet. And limit hold'em's about winning extra bets. I just love the way that hand was played. Toto's got ace-jack offsuit on the button. Looks like he's 3-betting with here. 10-jack off versus ace-jack off. Toto's got seat 9 dominated, as we call. Both of them will flop 2 pair. See some action here. See if he's going to see a check raise from seat 9 here. Yep. And look at Toto. He's going to flat call and he's going to pop him. Wait for the bigger round to come, the bigger betting round, and pop. Now he's probably going to pop him on the turn.
No, he just calls.
Nope. Maybe that 3.
Yeah, he got spanked last hand.
Scared him a little bit.
A little more cautious.
I would have popped probably there on the. Well, he could. Maybe he's going to pop him here on the river, Denny. Maybe he's waiting all the way.
Never know. No, he's just calling.
Just going to call. Toto played that hand a little bit passively. I can't believe he didn't throw in a raise. Maybe he was scared that seat 9 flopped 2 pair, maybe ace-jack or a set or something like that.
I think he was scared that he'd lose 2 hands in a row.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the ones, well, at least he laid down the aces, though, on the river, the previous hand. I mean, that's another concept. When somebody check raises me on the flop when the bets are half as big, and I think I have the best hand, I will wait till the turn and then raise on the turn, and you gain an extra whole bet as opposed to 3-betting them on the flop. So, again, this is a game of limit hold'em, so there's some different strategies in this game compared to a no-limit cash game. Different ways to finesse your chip, you know, to your chip amounts and accumulating chips. Different raising, betting techniques. CeCe's got ace-jack suited on the button, seat 3.
Who wants to book me? I'm stuck in Steve.
Pocket 7, seat 2.
Steve Wolf coming?
Yeah, but he's going to go next.
Ace, queen, 6.
What's the game going to be when Steve Wolf comes?
Toto's flop. Excuse me, Tuan has second pair, and then he's going to bet right into second pair. CeCe's playing solidly, so of course she's going to raise. I love that play. Always raise top pair. And let's see what kind of people are calling here. With it's like seat 8's got bottom pair, the backdoor club draw. Seat 9's got a gut shot straight draw. Hopefully we can see CC take this one down, make these people pay for their draws. King comes now. Twan's gonna check. Ooh.
I can't believe
CC
five
checked,
players.
CC checked right behind that.
Now seat 1 picks up a flush.
Well, and seat 9 actually had the straight. I missed that on the turn. He was going for the check raise, and CC sensed it on the turn. He had 10 jack, picked up the straight on the turn, but now he's going to lose to the flush. Slow playing the straight, trying to go for a check raise, is going to lose to Twan.
Flush. I don't think he go in.
Picked up the runner flush, and 10 jack loses. We talk about poker instincts. Maybe CC sensed the fact that somebody was going to check raise her. She checked right behind everyone on the turn.
Yeah.
And Jack 10 was definitely going to check raise her.
Yeah.
That was what his intention was, obviously. Checked right behind her. And, the funny thing about that is that if seat 9 had check raised her, Twan might not have had the odds to call with his flush draw. 2 full bets. So now CC's saying, if you can hear the atmosphere, she's saying, I missed the bet on the turn.
You want to book me, Twan?
And Twan ends up winning the hand because she missed a bet on the turn.
I got a propositional bet, $1,000.
Hey, tomorrow night, join us, special guest commentator, Greg Reimer, World Series of Poker champ. He'll be here sometime tomorrow night. He's going to pop in. Also, tomorrow's game should be a $500 buy-in, no-limit hold'em game. That's the minimum buy-in. They can buy as many chips as they want. And that'll happen tomorrow live at the bike at 6 o'clock. We're on live Wednesday through Saturday, 6 to 10. Got a couple more hands here before we call it a night.
Seat 9's bringing in the, looks like seat 9 raised there, Denny with pocket 7s. It's going to get a lot of action here. Seat 4's just got 10s. Ken Berg on the button's got 10s. I think he might have 3-betted there. I'm not positive.
All right, we got 22 people in this hand. Queen, Queen 8 on the flop.
Ken Berg still got the best hand with pocket 10s on the button here. See if somebody tries to take a stab at this pot here. Berg's going to bet it right out. Yosh is going to... Is that Yosh there? Yeah, that's Yosh in seat 6 there. He's going to fold.
I would book you, Yosh, but can't do it.
Seat 9's got pocket 7s.
I don't want you to book me. I'm glad you have a proper.
And seat 7 has a gut shot straight draw. Now he picks up.
Seat 9 has a full house.
Yep, and seat 9 has picked up 7s full of queens. What a turn card. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. You know how many times
And Ken Berg is drawn to a 10 here.
Look how strong a 10 would be. Make a straight, a full house.
Yeah. Well, Jack 9 just folded, but yeah. Ugh, what a turn card. What a turn card. Ken Berg can't be happy about that hand. Wow.
Well, it's about time Mike picks up a pot anyway.
Yeah.
He's been getting beat up pretty bad tonight.
Look at Twan fishing in the muck.
Well, they're telling us one more hand here.
All right, this has been pretty good night, Denny, for poker play. We've seen a lot of fundamental poker.
This big action game is usually pretty entertaining to watch as well as commentate. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us tonight live at the bike. Remember, we're open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. If you want to come play some live action, we got all sorts of games: limit hold'em, no limit hold'em, stud, Omaha. All limits, from $1 all the way up. Come on by the Bicycle Casino, 710 Freeway at Florence Avenue.
Twan's bringing this hand in with ladies. She's got pocket queens in seat 1.
If you have any hand, you're going to call, you're going to win the same amount.
Seat 3's got ace 4 hearts. It's going to flat call. And Yosh is flat calling back here in seat 6. Looks like he's got...
it's set up. I mean, the guy's got to make...
Looks like 10-9 for Yosh. Can't quite tell.
He's got a lead in chips, so I want to get value.
6 players.
Ooh, 6 players. Queens has got to be a little bit worried here if an overcard
King
comes.
5, 9, 10.
Yep, and here comes the
fours,
ace.
Jack 10.
Nope, Twan's going to check his queens. C3 is going to bet the ace.
Seat 9's got a flush draw. He's going to be there. Might even raise it.
And look at seat
He
7.
does. He raises.
Look at seat 7 on the button, calling with pocket 4s. Now, Tuan, he's just disgusted with himself. He's going to check raise like he's showing his queens. Throw him right in the muck. It's a good play, though.
Yeah.
It's a good play. You know, it's a good play. And ace 3 bets. So you see a semi-bluff check raise by seat 9. And the ace has got the best hand, 3 bets. And finally, 4s mucks his hand. Seat 7's out of there. He had no business calling the first bet anyway. Check raise with a diamond draw.
There's a 2-pair now.
7. And he's going to bet it right out. And now what is CC thinking? CC's thinking check raise the diamonds. She's going to call. I bet she's going to flat call all the way here. Hopefully, for her sake, a diamond isn't going to hit on the river here, Denny.
And it does
and
not.
She's got the winning hand. She's going to call. No, she's not going to lay it down, is she? No, she's going to call, but she thinks she's beat, though. She's got the winning hand, Denny. She's going to be happy with this. Look, he check raised you with the diamond draw. Take that, seat 9. Take that, Mike. And with that was our last hand, Denny.
That's it. Bart Hanson, thanks a lot for joining us again tonight. And I'll be back tomorrow night.
I'll be back with you tomorrow night.
That's right. We'll both be here calling down. Don't forget, Greg Reimer will be here joining us sometime tomorrow night, too. $500 buying game tomorrow night. Join us live at the bike. Thanks for watching, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.